Excuse me.
Ne može sad, imamo Agencija HINA, EFA, AFP, no staff photographers, no, only national, no, we don't have the time.
Good morning, distinguished speakers, heads of delegations, Mr. Prime Minister, ministers in the Croatian government, dear colleagues, and allow me to extend a special welcome to President Zelensky following this summit online from Kiev. On behalf of the Croatian Parliament, I welcome all of you to Zagreb to the First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. This is not only the inaugural event of the parliamentary dimension of the platform, but also the biggest and highest level international parliamentary event in the history of Croatia, and one of the major international political gatherings in our country to date. The summit will provide us with the opportunity to send worldwide strong messages of unity, solidarity, and support to Ukraine in face of Russia's aggression, and also messages of full commitment to the value we share: peace, freedom, democracy, rule of law, respect for human rights and basic freedoms. Croatia is proud to be able to co-organize this summit with Ukraine in Zagreb. So without further ado, allow me to give the floor to my colleague, friend and co-host today, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Ruslan, please.
Thank you very much, dear Gordon, dear friend, dear Mr. President of Ukraine, dear Mr. Prime Minister, dear friends. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today together with our Ukrainian delegation in Zagreb. From the very first minutes of staying in this hospitable Croatian land, we have felt all this warmth and attention from the hosts of this summit. And with every handshake of every one of you, I felt also the strength of your support, dear colleagues. I am sure that our meeting, which is the inaugural for the parliamentary dimension of the Crimea Platform, will be productive and fruitful. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that you have those paintings on your tables. Those are paintings of the Crimean children. I want them to be the source of the Crimean warmth here on this rainy day. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I will address you briefly in Croatian. Poštovane dame I gospodo, drage kolegice I kolege.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, let us go back to August 2021 for a moment. Then, on the eve of the 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence, 47 heads of states and government, as well as ministers and representatives of international institutions, gathered at the inaugural summit of the International Crimea Platform. At the initiative of the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, this extremely important mechanism was intended to strengthen the international response to the occupation of Crimea by the Russian Federation and all the consequences that it brought along. The ultimate goal, of course, was to return the peninsula under Ukrainian sovereignty. And while for most of the international community the message that Crimea is Ukraine is self-evident, in Moscow, in their typical manner, they call this an initial summit the Witches' Sabbath. At the same time, we can now be sure of that, they were finalizing plans in order to occupy the rest of Ukraine, such as Crimea and parts of Donetsk and Lugansk. Everything under a new euphemism, the so-called special military operation. Half a year later, the Russian army marched into Ukraine with all its might, and a good part of the world stopped for a moment in disbelief. However, EU member states and NATO, as well as other countries that share our values, were quick to react. They responded to Putin's anti-civilization move with strong unity and solidarity with Ukraine. Trying to to denazify Ukraine, as they say in Moscow, in an extremely manipulative way, they awakened an unsuspected defiance in its people. The strength and steadfastness of the Ukrainian people today is an object of admiration in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say that the spirit of the Ukrainian people strongly reminds me of the spirit of the Croatian people from about 30 years ago. We also put our pride, patriotism, and courage in the face of a military superior aggressor. That campaign, like today in Ukraine, was preceded by a thorough preparation of false narratives and manipulation of information by the great Serbian aggressor. We witnessed other similar patterns, from talking about the alleged threat of one's own minority and the need for their protection, to the violent establishment of separatist formations, from the grossest violation of international humanitarian law and the expulsion of people from their homes, to the terrible crimes we saw again this year in Mariupol, Irpin, and Bucha. For Croatian citizens, the destruction of Ukraine evoked memories of destruction in numerous Croatian cities, of inhumane crimes in Vukovar, Škabrnja, and other places. We will never be able to forget it. Bearing all this in mind, we should not be surprised by the special Croatian sensibility for the Ukrainian struggle, nor our desire to offer help, humanitarian, financial, technical, political, and in every other sense. However, today's international position of the Republic of Croatia clearly shows that even after the heavy suffering, it is possible to move forward strongly. Ladies and gentlemen, on February the 25th, the Croatian Parliament adopted the Declaration on Ukraine. In it, we confirmed our full support for the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders and condemned the Russian aggression in the strongest terms. We are doing this, after all, even today, by making our capacities available to our Ukrainian friends in the joint organization of this gathering. Dear colleagues, the continuation of Russian aggression provided this platform with a new momentum, although its strong emphasis remains on Crimea. Since February 24 this year, each of our gatherings is an opportunity to consider new, more effective joint tools of pressure on the Russian Federation. And the final goal is equally clear: for Russia to leave the territory that does not belong to it. The brutal Russian attack on Ukraine did not only have this, for them, unplanned effect. Their actions also led to Sweden and Finland applying for NATO membership. It is exactly what Russia wanted to avoid. We are deeply aware of the difference between an aggressor and the victim. When faced with the irrationality and unpredictability of the actions of the Russian leadership, no one should have any doubts about which side to take in this conflict. The world has made it very clear what it thinks about Russian aggression. The UN General Assembly resolutions from February and March sent an extremely strong message to countries that believe in international law and the rules-based order. And less than 2 weeks before this summit, on October the 12th, another resolution on Ukraine was adopted. A decisive no was said to the application of the Crimean model to 4 more Ukrainian regions. The condemnation was swift and extremely broad, divided so far. The fact that the resolution was supported by as many as 143 countries confirms that a strong and persistent opposition to aggression and the aggressor is not abating. There is no fatigue that they had definitely hoped for in Moscow, and parallel to that, Russia's international isolation is growing. Surely another undesired effect to Moscow. Putin's latest action, the September mobilization, illegitimate referendums and new attempts at annexation, nuclear threats, rocket attacks on numerous Ukrainian cities and civilian infrastructure are all signs of a serious escalation, but I would say signs of despair as well. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, yesterday we marked the United Nations Day. We continue to witness how the civilized world watches with admiration the heroic endeavors of the Ukrainian people and their defenders, defending their own freedom, They are on the front lines of our values, sending a clear message to tyrants that their vision of the world will not pass. Therefore, committed to our common values, freedom, peace, democracy, rule of law, protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, let's not falter in helping Ukraine on the way to final victory. I'm convinced that the representatives in our parliaments, as true representatives of the people and true guardians of democracy, will continue to encourage their governments on this path and will make them aware of the need to strengthen all support for Ukraine. Finally, I would like to thank my colleague Ruslan Stefanchuk for trusting Croatia to host this summit. I wish you, dear colleagues, and all Ukrainians, all the necessary strength, faith and courage to continue the heroic struggle for the freedom of your country. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Ruslan, and the floor is yours again.
Дякую.
Thank you. My dear friend Gordon, thank you very much for this great opening. Dear participants of the First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, first of all, I'd like to speak to our Croatian friends and partners. Thank you very much for hosting this Parliamentary Summit of the Crimea Platform, while Ukraine so far cannot do it, as it is being aggressively attacked every day. Dear Mr. Speaker, dear Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for this commitment in supporting the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine, as well as our Euro integration and NATO trajectory. We are moving not just through our own paths, we are following your path. Dear participants, conducting this event outside of Ukraine and such a great representation here shows that such international initiative inaugurated by Mr. Zelensky more than a year ago has become a priority in the international agenda, expanding its geography and today receiving a new parliamentary dimension. I'd like to underscore that the goals of the Crimea Platform, which is not just the case of Ukraine, but the case of international safety and security, our goals are open and clear. And the main goal here is the occupation of the peninsula and returning it to the jurisdiction of Ukraine. When on the 12th of October, 143 countries on the GA of the UN voted for the resolution for protection of the territorial integrity of Ukraine, they also supported their own sovereignty and territorial integrity, because it's only negotiations and political dialogue can be the only way to resolve any international dispute, not the military aggression and occupation of foreign territories. So protecting Ukraine, you defend your own countries and peoples. We need to get together around the democratic values and not the totalitarian ideals. This is the time of the truth. We need to be in solidarity responding the evil axis. Our country is now probably undergoing through the most difficult time of its history. A year ago, we all celebrated 30-year anniversary of independence of Ukraine, having peaceful plans, and at the same time, Russia was getting ready to kill our people and ruin our infrastructure. But the enemy was not able to come up with a plan to defeat Ukrainians, to overcome our will for independence and our will to be ourselves. That is why the attack of Russia against Ukraine has catastrophic consequences. Thousands of people are killed, civil infrastructure is being destroyed, we have global food crisis, Russia blackmails the world with the nuclear weapons, threatening to use it against a sovereign country. Being unable to successfully fight Ukrainian army, they use drones and rockets to destroy the energy infrastructure, to deprive Ukrainians of electricity and water supply. to intimidate our people. Despite the heroism of our warriors and citizens, we still need the international support, because only through the common effort we can stop this mad aggressor and restore our territorial integrity. And here I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and in particular to its president, who is present with us, for the resolution in which Russia was recognized as a terrorist regime. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe was the first organization to call the spade a spade and Russia an aggressor. So a terrorist state, and I hope that all other organizations will join this position. And we appreciate the efforts of all the guests and the host of this event for joining Ukrainian claim against Russia in February 26. And I would like to say that the Crimea Platform is not just a place to discuss the occupation, but an important international tool for decision-making and making plans for restoring the Ukrainian sovereignty over Crimean Peninsula. In the recent year, this topic has been high on the agenda. I'd like separately to speak about the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO and the parliaments of Lithuania and Latvia for creating the groups for supporting the Crimea Platform. I encourage all of you to join this initiative, creating such working groups in your parliaments. This first parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform is the broad complex of different levels of events to develop the parliamentary dimension of our initiative. It all started with the online address of the Andrea Plenković, the Prime Minister of Croatia Republic, to the Parliament of Ukraine. And yesterday we had a side event that was successfully conducted, the offline program of discussions to speak about important topics about the situation of the occupied Crimea. Another side event will be the online meeting of Ombudsman of the Crimean Platform on the 26th of October, moderated by the Ukrainian and Croatian Ombudsman. We need to say that the Russian Federation is committing genocide against Ukrainian people, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and multiple violations of human rights. It is important, thus, that we are discussing the situation in the occupied Crimea, where we see the repression not just against the indigenous people, the Crimean Tatars, but against all the people who care about the dignity and human rights. Prosecuted are Ukrainians and the Ukrainian Church. In the occupied Crimea, there are no independent journalists. The occupants have come up with the idea of single meetings, so-called, when only one person is trying to protest. And there are abductions because people who fight for their freedom and their rights are considered terrorists, while we understand that those people are the political prisoners. Dear ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of my speech I said that the main goal of the Crimea Platform is the occupation of Crimea and its return to Ukraine. Yes, our thoughts actually are about liberation of all the occupied Ukrainian lands, but we also speak about what is going to happen after the occupation. And today the team of Mr. President Zelensky and all the authorities of Ukraine, including the Verkhovna Rada, are working on the ways to successfully reintegrate the occupied territories, to prosecute those who committed crimes there, protect the property rights, restore the liberal media, restore educational system, demilitarize the peninsula, and enable its further development as a good place for internal and external investment. We are forming a vision on the necessary steps, and in the nearest future we expect to have a new complex document on that. I totally believe that in the nearest future we will make the Ukrainian dream come true. That is victory and peace. And one of our following meetings will be in the free Ukraine, in the liberated Crimea, because The Crimea Platform, in my opinion, should take place in Crimea. So I thank you, and glory to Ukraine, glory to Croatia, glory to all our peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruslan, for these strong messages. And now, allow me to give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković. Andrej, the floor is yours.
Hvala lijepa, poštovani predsjedniče.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, Honorable President Speaker of Verkhovna Rada, dear Ruslan. Welcome. I welcome you and your entire delegation. Honorable President Zelensky, who is following this introduction of ours online, dear representatives and presidents of parliaments of the countries who came to Zagreb to join us and together with us give a strong support to Ukraine at this First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. I am glad that this meeting of ours is taking place in Zagreb, in the National and University Library, where we used to have the first activities of our Council presidency of the EU. And I would like to thank the Speaker of the Croatian Parliament to co-host the First Parliamentary Summit with Verkhovna Rada. Our conference is taking place in an environment when drones are attacking civilian targets and infrastructure in Ukraine to make additional damage in Ukraine before winter and to demoralize Ukrainian people. However, the Ukrainian people has shown for the past 8 months and 8 years that it is strong, that they will not be discouraged when their integrity is attacked and when they are labeled as Nazis. They've shown determination and decisiveness to fight for their freedom and territorial integrity. And precisely for that, we are here today to send 3 important messages, in my opinion. The first message is, as I said in Kiev, we have to say Crimea is Ukraine. Lugansk and Donetsk are Ukraine. And all the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine are Ukrainian. And with the support of the international community, Ukrainian fighters will achieve their freedom. The second message is that you, as parliamentarians, give support to your colleagues in Verkhovna Rada who work continuously even when their city is attacked, because they want to exercise the duty in even such difficult circumstances. The third message is that we are gathered here today to support world order based on rules, on international law. And this message is decisive this week when we've marked the Day of the United Nations. Dear friends, Croatia has continuously supported Ukraine, politically, diplomatically, financially, humanitarianly, and militarily. Us hosting this summit is showing again that we are standing by Ukraine in these difficult moments, that we are standing with our friends in need. We are doing this because today, morally, legally, and civilizationally, it is correct to take the side of Ukraine, because if you're not on the side of Ukraine, you're on the side of those who brutally want to achieve their aggressors' goals. Not to stand with Ukraine means to stand with the Kremlin in these shameful and painful times of human history. Not to stand with Ukraine means to not to uphold the principles of law. Standing with Ukraine means being at the right side of history. Therefore, dear friends, we in Croatia who know what it is to be aggressed and to be denied the survival, we appreciate the fight for freedom and democracy. And we are glad that Europe and the world have not repeated the mistakes of some 30 years ago when we as Croatia did not have such an international expression of support as Ukraine has today. I congratulate you for that, because this is an expression of solidarity without precedent. Croatia in 1991 was one of the first states who supported Ukrainian wishes for independence. Tudjman, our president, went to Kiev in 1991, and Ukraine was one of the first countries to recognize Croatia. And Ukraine helped us militarily in those moments, and we will never forget that. And therefore, we had this time of unjust embargo on armaments, and we know how important it is to have international support. It was a pleasure for me to address the Verkhovna Rada last week. I've seen their enthusiasm, their courage. The same thing was going on in the Croatian parliament in the times of war. The Croatian parliament also adopted the decision on independence in the difficult times. Today, when we are gathered at this summit, I am glad that I can recall my role as the head of delegation of the European Parliament for the relationships with Ukraine. So I have been following this topic for the last 8 years. And therefore, the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 was, in fact, just a precursor of Russia's aggression and their denial of Ukrainians' will expressed at the referendum in 1991 when they said they wanted to be independent, Crimea included. And therefore, this summit is a message that the democratic world will never give in to Russia. The truth about the consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine and against Crimea means that we now recall the brutal violations of the rights of minorities, Tatar minority, and so on. Their culture, their education, their identity, their tradition is endangered. Russian aggression has used the Crimean scenario to occupy new areas of Ukraine. Attack, expel, organize sham referenda. This is a model that the democratic world will not accept. And therefore, the systematic militarization of Crimea, which is now a base for attacking the rest of Ukrainian territory, is not acceptable for the democratic world. Russia is denying access to the Council of Europe, to OSCE, and especially to organizations dealing with human rights. This strong support of the parliament, including the declaration of the Croatian parliament adopted on the 25th of February, means it is a message of solidarity. And therefore, it is important for us as an international community to remain united, to nurture international order based on rules, to recognize that Russia today uses energy as weapons to cause an energy crisis, to cause a financial and economic crisis and inflation. Russia weaponizes this to make the societies break away and to break the unity which is so strong today. And therefore, parliaments have a very important role in supporting their government to remain stable and united in their support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And Crimea is a special symbol in that regard. We appreciate the heroism of Ukrainian defenders, and we will offer what Croatia has expertise in. We are today a free country thanks to our defenders. And we know that Ukrainian fighters today need experience in rehabilitation, in post-traumatic conditions, and something that we have been through, unfortunately, but we now can offer these experiences. We can also offer our experiences in demining the territory. Unfortunately, we have been demining our territory for decades now. Finally, I thank you for the invitation, and I want to conclude by saying that the brave Ukrainian fighters are the moral winners for all of us. This is why we have to support them in these times which are the most difficult for them, and to welcome the steps forward that they've made in the past months with the support of all the countries here. You're not alone. You are fighting for justice, peace, and freedom. We are with us, and thank you for being here today. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And now let's go to the heroic city of Kiev, where we have President of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, welcome to the summit. Please, you have the floor and our full attention. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank our Croatian friends for inviting our delegation to this summit. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for supporting Ukrainian Crimea. I'm sure. And during the last summit, this is what united us. This is what we value. This is why we cooperate on the various levels. This is something we lost, all of us, in 2014, when Russia started its crazy aggression. It started with Crimea. After more than 80 years of Putin's war, there are no countries in the world that wouldn't feel the consequences of this aggression. Everybody has suffered. So the world count losses. This is what caused the Russians' occupation of Crimea. And if we look at today, there was a prologue, there's a precursor of the full-scale aggression. They take lives of thousands of Ukrainians. And this is they torture, they traumatize, they kill. They are not discretional about age, ethnics, or any other belongings. And they killed men, women, and children. That was the beginning. And it was the most dangerous attack on the civilization since. And this started from Crimea. And from the occupied Crimea, they extended to the rest of the world. And the world became much more cruel place where Russia can easily provoke hunger because they prohibited free navigation in the Black Sea, and they can stop the export of products, which is very important for the world. The world became the place where Russia destroys the hopes for stability in the Middle East, in the North Africa, because the whole Crimea is the strategic stronghold to interfere with the situation in these regions. The world has become the place where the Russian nuclear blackmailing is reality, because this country, in order to preserve the territory they stole, they intimidate the whole humanity with catastrophe. And the management of Russia, leadership of Russia wants to achieve that since 2014, Crimea is theirs. But here we're together in order to show that what was happening in Crimea was temporarily, and as Russians' occupation of Crimea. So return of Crimea will means the revival of the Ukraine, and the Russian potential of aggression will be destroyed, will be uprooted. When Ukrainian banner will be in its legitimate place in the villages and towns of Crimea. Crimea should be liberated from Russia as it is a stronghold. Only then the world will sense that there will be no war, and people will sense that the world becomes safer. 2 years ago, when we initiated the Crimean Platform, we foresee its extension, and I'm happy to see this platform is developing. At first, it was level of leaders of the country. Now it's level of parliamentarians and experts, and the second level is as powerful as the first one because it allows to make sure that the practical power our societies can meet all the challenges provoked by Russia and the occupation of Crimea, and of course there will be challenges when we will return Crimea to legitimate control of Ukraine. So there were this 9th year of Russian occupation, 9th year of destruction by Russia of the international law in Crimea.
So this is what we see, the ruination of all the economic and cultural connections. The Crimea is separated by the Russia from the opportunity of the normal life. On the territory of Crimea, the occupants not only commit thousands of crimes. Since 2014, Crimea is the only place in Europe where they actually have a religious and ethnic-based cleansing. So if you are a Muslim, the Russian occupants consider you a criminal. If you are Kirimli, you are a criminal. If you have a Ukrainian passport, the Russian occupants consider you a criminal. Think about that again. People live in like this for the 9th year in a row. And there is the continuous militarization of Crimea and the destruction of the nature of Crimea and the lack of guarantees to the rights of property and all sorts of economic crimes. The reintegration will take years after the years of such occupation, but through our cooperation we can do that. We will change the situation completely. The return of the Ukrainian flag to Crimea is the return to the norm, the European norm, something that you have in each of your countries: security norm, social norm, legal norm, cultural norm. The return of the Ukrainian flag is when the EU comes to the peninsula, all levels of our integration, trade, that's a huge market. That's a great opportunity for investment, for economic development. That's something that Crimea doesn't have now and cannot have because Russia has deprived our peninsula from the development. And the return of the Ukrainian flag means the protection of the human rights and freedom for all people in Crimea, all the communities, they're ethnic or religious. That's the opportunity to speak your mind and share the truth about what's going on. That is something that we enjoy everywhere on our continent, from Portugal to Kharkiv, and we will have that in Crimea. We are doing that every day. I've just taken part in the Berlin conference on the restoration of Ukraine. And after our victory, we will do that. We will recover and restore our Crimea. We discuss it now together with the restoration and recovery of the whole Ukraine as a part of its infrastructure and cultural space to develop the whole Europe. And we need 3 things now. In this difficult time, when the restoration of our integrity, territorial integrity is still ongoing, we need the support of our state. Military support, financial support, and sanctions. And I ask you to do that and strengthen the efforts of Ukraine, because this is the basis of the future peace. Later, after we return to our legitimate borders, including in Crimea, we will need your experience with regard to security, legal aspects, economic development, social development, infrastructure, to make Crimea a full-fledged place like normal life. And our cooperation needs to maintain its efforts after the restoration of our integrity. And we need to make this Crimea platform a sort of springboard for development of other humanitarian and diplomatic platforms to deoccupy other preliminarily occupied territories, including Transnistria in Moldova and Abkhazia and other places. And I want you to promise me that you will definitely visit our liberated Crimea as soon as we return there, because this part of Europe has not seen such honorable guests for a long, long time. And I want to thank you and thank our hosts, Croatia and Mr. Plenković, the Prime Minister. I'm really happy to see and hear you. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for your hospitality. Glory to Ukraine.
For your speech and strong messages. Those were moving words indeed. Thank you also for your courage and leadership in these difficult times. We are with you and with Ukrainian people. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you.
And now I would like to ask Madam Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of American Congress, to address the summit. Dear colleague, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, and I thank the distinguished Prime Minister for hosting us here, the invitation to come together to show our support and our strength for the courage that we see demonstrated by the people of Ukraine. Thank you to President Zelensky and Speaker of the Rada, Stepanchuk, for convening this essential summit and for doing so in a way that, as President Zelensky said, is a call to action, a statement of values, a demonstration of courage, something that makes us all very proud to participate. Let me express the admiration of the Congress shared by the world's parliaments clearly and here for the courage of President Zelensky and the Speaker of the Rada, for your courage, Mr. Speaker, as you serve the Ukrainian people in extraordinary times, conducting the work of your Rada in a very dangerous situation. Thanks also to our host, to Croatian Prime Minister Plenković. Thank you so much for your beautiful words this morning, and to the Speaker, Jan Drokovic. Both of you spoke about your experience of your own country, your relationship with Ukraine, and using that relationship, that experience, to advance peace, democracy, and pretty soon. At a meeting with Speaker Stepanchuk at the G7 summit in Germany under the leadership of President Bas, we spoke of the power of unity in the fight to support Ukraine and hold Russia accountable, especially the unity of the world's parliaments to do so. When Speaker Stepanchuk and President Zelensky extended an invitation to this parliamentary summit, I know we all had to say yes, and I was certain that America had to be here. Now it is an honor to represent the United States Congress at the First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. I'm pleased to do so with Congressman Jerry Connolly, a respected leader on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Congress, but he was invited separately as the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. you'll be hearing from him. We're very proud that NATO elected an American the head of the summit, of the assembly. We join our G7, NATO, European, and other global partners in an unmistakable statement of the free world's unity that we stand with Ukraine. This platform was established to bring about the end of Russia's occupation of Crimea and to restore control of Ukraine over the territory in full accordance with international law. Crimea is Ukraine. And some of us heard directly from activists last night, thank you, Mr. Stepanchuk, for making that possible, the situation in Crimea, particularly Russia's abuse of human rights, grows worse. Sadly, we now know that Russia's actions in Crimea are one dimension of an all-out assault on Ukraine and on democracy itself. 8 months into Russia's own provoked, unjustified war against Ukraine, the deaths, displacements, and destruction continue. In the last 2 weeks alone, Putin has launched a further campaign of horror, unleashing swarms of drones against cities visible from the streets, designed to terrify and to kill. The Congress condemns the actions of Iran in supplying these kamikaze drones. Putin is also targeting and destroying Ukraine's power stations, seeking to deprive Ukrainians of heat and power as winter approaches. Using rape, kidnapping, and other atrocities, kidnapping of children as a weapon of war, is outside the circle of civilized human behavior. Attacking civilian infrastructure is a war crime. Putin's latest tactic is to escalate a war that he began and that he is losing. All of us here pledge to stand with Ukraine and with the Ukrainian people for recognizing their courage in Crimea and other territories that he has attempted to illegally annex and across the country until victory is won. And that is what we will do until victory is won. If Putin doubts our unity, we need only look at the vote of the 143 nations at the United Nations on October 12th, who rejected his illegal attempt to annex further parts of Ukraine. The international community's solidarity has been vital to Ukraine's fight, and it will even be more so as winter approaches. When I had the privilege of leading a congressional delegation to Kyiv in May and met with President Zelensky and the Speaker and others, we conveyed a message of America's unwavering support for Ukraine. Under President Biden, America has delivered on that promise. Congress has secured over $60 billion in security, economic, humanitarian, and budget assistance for Ukraine, including $12.3 billion just weeks ago, and more will be on the way when we pass our omnibus funding bill this fall. It's been a key priority to ensure that the United States is responsive to the specific needs and requests made by Ukraine for additional weapon systems, including the Mylars, among other things. And I'm very proud of the work of our Secretary of Defense for bringing countries together to see how we can all, working together, meet the needs of Ukraine to achieve victory. As we support Ukraine's fight, Congress has worked to hold Russia accountable, including with strong sanctions against Russia, banning its oil and energy products from coming into our country, and suspending normal trade relations. We have acted on a bipartisan basis because that is what it takes. What is at stake is nothing less than democracy itself. The Ukrainian people are fighting for their democracy, and in doing so, are making the fight for democracy for us all. Under President Biden, our support is here to stay. When we all return to our parliaments, let us have the courage of the Ukrainian people to stand strong against autocracy, to support those demanding their rights, and to ensure that the flame of liberty burns bright. Let us be inspired by the paintings, the drawings of the children. Is this not a remarkable demonstration of our motivation? Let us be inspired by the beauty of the children's picture and to build a future worthy of their aspirations, a peaceful one. Now I look forward to continuing this conversation on how best to, as you said, Mr. Speaker, establish a vision of support for Ukraine and we all defend democracy, and until victory is won. Thank you for the honor of being with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now let us hear from the Czech Republic, currently presiding over the Council of the European Union. Dear Madam Pekarova-Adamova, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Prime Minister, dear Speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank all the organizers and hosts of the First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. It is an honor to be here. The issue of Crimea has a prominent place in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and we must indeed make sure that it does not lose the attention of the world public. We have already done the same mistake in the past. The illegal annexation of the peninsula in 2014 was supposed to be a wake-up call, and it really became a wake-up call for some. The Ukrainians finally realized that the only language Putin understands is the language of strength and resolve. They came out of the crisis of 2014 as unified people, capable of strategic decision-making. Unfortunately, many of us did not wake up. On the contrary, we started dreaming of a peaceful settlement with Russia. We invited Putin back to the prestigious international organizations and conference rooms. And we even built our energy strategies on the Russian oil and gas. Can we complain that Putin did not give us enough warning signs and hints of his true nature? Definitely not. War crimes and human rights violations in the occupied territories started immediately, as well as repressions against religious and ethnic minorities. Militarization of Crimea threatened the maritime trade. All this was well documented, yet we kept on dreaming. Now we have a second chance, and it might be the last one. We have to think and behave strategically. Providing Ukraine with military and financial assistance is obviously a priority. But we also have to step up the pace of the EU accession process of Ukraine and other candidate countries. It is our duty to work in this direction. Otherwise, we would be helping the Russian dictator. There is a window of opportunity that might not last forever, as Russia is trying to undermine pro-Western democratic governments in its vicinity. Those governments are willing to implement the necessary reforms. We must be proactive in helping them achieve tangible results. The Ukrainians are sacrificing their lives because they want to be part of the European family of nations. They need to see a proof that their fight is meaningful. The same applies to some degree to other countries, including in this region. Unity is the key. It might sound obvious, and our unity so far has been exemplary. But we have to be ready for a long fight. And keeping a unified approach will be increasingly difficult. We, the elected representatives, have a special role in the communication with the public in these difficult times. Our unity irritates Putin. He clearly refuses to accept the notion of defeat. Instead, he is stepping up violence, targeting playgrounds, energy facilities, dams, or busy streets in Ukrainian cities. What he tries to achieve is to cause humanitarian catastrophe. We must never forget this and never allow normalization of relations with those that bear the political responsibility for the aggression and the related atrocities. Let me use this occasion to suggest a concrete step. I'm convinced that the aggressors must be brought to justice. We need the ad hoc international tribunal for crime of aggression against Ukraine. Putin and all Russian civilians implicated, and military officials and their proxies responsible for masterminding, launching, and conducting the war in Ukraine must be prosecuted. It is a matter of principle. If we fail in achieving this goal, it will be a severe blow to the value-based international order. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, seeing you all here makes me feel optimistic about resolve and ultimate victory. I look forward to working on the follow-up of this meeting, once in Crimea. And Crimea is where the war started. Crimea is where the war will end. Crimea is Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, dear Marketa. Indeed, you said very powerful messages and words, and we do hope for important decisions during the presidency of Czech in the European Union. We hope for your support, because membership of Ukraine in the European Union is very important. But as a membership in NATO, so with your permission, I would like to give the floor to President of Parliament Assembly of NATO, Mr. Gerald Connolly. Thank you.
Colleagues, friends, it's 8 months that we are now into a war with Vladimir Putin bathed in blood. Not in 80 years has this continent seen the level of depravity and brutality inflicted upon towns and villages and cities of innocent people who are, in the view of the delusional pan-Russian leader in the Kremlin, guilty of one sin. They seek to be a free people. That cannot be a sin anywhere. Some timid souls would have you believe that yes, the bloodshed and the violence is unsavory, but we're going to have to come to terms with Vladimir Putin. Tell that to the dead in Bucha. Tell that to the sheltered victims in Mariupol. Tell that to those who've lost their lives in Zaporizhia. Every generation is forced to deal with moments of truth. Not all generations have succeeded in meeting that moment of truth. We have ample examples here in Europe of those failures in the past. But this generation cannot fail to meet its moment in history. The stakes are much greater than the geography of a particular place. The stakes are truly about the future of liberal democratic values, ways of life that infuse the human spirit with freedom, versus the alternative, the absolute suppression of those freedoms. Which way of life do we wish to choose? We must stand with Ukraine in promoting those democratic values, in asserting the right to those freedoms, in asserting self-determination. When we all face our grandchildren in the next generation, and they ask, where were you on the issue of Crimea? Where were you when Russia decided on its cataclysmic and reckless, brutal campaign to suppress freedom in Europe and indeed around the world? Let us make sure all of us can say to our grandchildren, I stood with Ukraine. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to invite a great friend of Ukraine, the President of Bundestag, Ms. Barbara Brass.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Jandrokovic, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Stefanschuk, Exzellenzen, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ein Blick in diesen Raum genügt.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, dear President Yanukovych, President Stefanchuk, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, one look in this room is enough to understand how strong the alliance of countries is on the side of Ukraine. All of us here stand against Russia's aggressions. On October 12, 143 countries unequivocally condemned Russia's recent annexations, which violate international law, just as the UN General Assembly did in 2014 with regards to Crimea. We will never recognize these illegal annexations, including the annexation of Crimea, which was in violation of international law. Crimea belongs to Ukraine. We condemn Russia's ongoing systematic human rights violations in Crimea. A community of states can only function and maintain peace on the basis of international law. The question of war and peace is existential. Well, naturally, it's a question to be dealt with by parliaments. In this sense, it's good and right to add a parliamentary dimension to the executive format of the Crimea Platform. I therefore thank our colleagues Gordan Jandrokovic and Ruslan Stefanchuk and all those who have made this Crimea Platform possible in a short period of time. Our joint statement is clear and unequivocal. We support the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. For 8 months, this war has entailed death and suffering to many people every day. The systematic destruction of the civilian infrastructure just in the past few days alone is another pinnacle of barbarism. I also condemn these attacks in the strongest possible terms on behalf of the German Bundestag. The brave Ukrainian people will not be intimidated by such brutal attacks. They have our full solidarity. Russia is doing everything it can to divide us, to drive a wedge between us. But we will not be divided, and we will not be blackmailed either. On the contrary, on behalf of Germany, I can say that we are investing massively and permanently in our armed forces. We take our obligations to our allies very seriously. We have not forgotten who guaranteed the freedom of the Federal Republic of Germany for decades. Together with our allies, we're also supporting Ukraine militarily. We've just delivered the IRIS-T SLM air defense system. Further deliveries and supplies will follow. The free and democratic world stands firmly with Ukraine for as long as it takes and with all of our might. Together, we must continue to put pressure on Russia to end the temporary Russian occupation of Crimea and restore Ukrainian control. I firmly believe that democracy, freedom, parliamentarism, and justice will prevail. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsident. Szanowni колеги,
I'd like to invite Marshal of Sejm of Miss Elizabeth Witek, Marshal of the Sejm.
Crimea is Ukraine. That is what the Polish President, the Prime Minister, Parliament marshals and ministers emphasize at international meetings. We do that because Crimea is the first flagrant example of Russia's designs for the territory of other countries. And Crimea is the real start of the aggression against Ukraine and the suffering of its citizens. Ukrainian citizens and citizens of the Crimea Peninsula have fallen victims to terror and extermination. Every day we hear about forced deportations of Ukrainians to Russia, filtration camps, abductions of Ukrainian children for forced adoption, the rape of women, and torture of prisoners of war. These are blatant war crimes. As the Parliament of the Sejm, we recognize those as war crimes. And those blatant crimes deserve the utmost condemnations as they're aimed at destroying the Ukrainian and Tatar people. And also the forced conscription of these nations, representatives into the army, are such actions. We know that the illegal September referendums have taken place in eastern Ukraine and that Vladimir Putin has called up for war mobilization. As many as 60,000 people from occupied Crimea were conscripted into the Russian army. 90% of those are ethnic Tatars. Such actions are a terrible fratricidal practice as a nation is being forced to fight itself. Mobilization in Russia is equally frantic. Russia is recruiting not just criminals and convicted offenders. It is also calling up citizens without any military training. It is calling up 16-year-olds without any experience who will die on the front lines. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot rely on a regime that has no qualms about harming its own citizens. One cannot count on such a regime to show a human face and be a reliable partner. Central and Eastern European countries have repeatedly warned about Russia's hostility. Many countries have tried to appease Russia, but the conferences, for example, of Yalta, did not bring the desired results. They have brought terror and enslavement to many countries of Europe. We had many failed diplomatic talks with Putin, and those showed that larger or smaller states, despite their best efforts, do not have enough influence on Russia. They cannot stop its neo-imperialist policy. We need resolve and a determined stance. That is the best solution for Russia's aggressive actions. Thanks to solidarity, we can provide unprecedented support to Ukraine. We can strengthen the defense of NATO's eastern flank and, by extension, all of Europe. We can send a clear signal on whose side we are in this war, and we side with stability and peace. Only solidarity and close cooperation will let us achieve this goal. But what is important is that we do not cease our efforts. Ukraine is in constant need of our political, humanitarian, but also military support. That is why we appreciate the position of countries which are committed to strengthening Ukraine's military potential. If Ukrainian troops are already capable of conducting an effective counter-offensive in eastern Ukraine, then how efficient would they be if all NATO states supported Ukraine proportionally to their GDP and their potential? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a question about this is not a question of political correctness. It is a question of strategic responsibility. We, alongside Ukraine, must stop Russia, and we can do that only by maintaining a steady supply of weapons. At the same time, we need to strengthen the NATO's eastern flank and introduce sanctions. Forums that help us exchange views are very valuable. And therefore, today's Crimean Platform Summit is so important. I thank you for this concept of establishing a parliamentary dimension to this initiative. Parliamentary diplomacy is an opportunity for us to speak forcefully about the issues that need our government's attention. We must participate fully in discussions on fundamental geopolitical problems, and we must base these discussions on the mandate we received from our voters. I trust that all the thoughts we exchange today will go beyond this room and further action in favor of Ukraine, cooperation and peace in our region. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani marszałek.
Thank you very much, Madam Marszałek. And I'm giving the floor to the Speaker of the Parliament of Turkey, Mr. Mustafa Şentop.
Parlamentosu Başkanı
the Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, Mr. Gordon Jandrokovich, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be with you on the occasion of the First Parliamentary Summit of the Crimean Platform. And we know that Crimean Platform will be operational with the summit, and it will strengthen the message we want to convey on the Crimean issue and reinforce our efforts. And we would like to thank Croatia for hosting us. Turkey has supported the foundation of Crimean Platform from the very beginning, and after the foundation summit held in August last year, we also participated in this year's internal summit at the highest level. The basis of this approach is Turkey's unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, including Crimea and other annexed regions. Crimea is also the homeland of our compatriots, the Crimean Tatars. Apart from its strategic, historical, and economic dimensions, the subject is also important for us from this aspect because, like all other peoples, Crimean Tatars deserve to live freely and safely in their homeland. Turkey didn't and will not recognize the annexation of Crimea and will continue to support Ukraine and the Crimean Tatars on both bilateral and multilateral platforms. One of the most concrete indicators of this is that we are a joint presenter of the drafts on the Crimea that are handled every year at the UN. However, as you know, the UN cannot find a solution to any serious problem before it, nor can it develop a solution to the current problem. It's a clear indication of the need for fundamental reforms in international organizations, which we, as Turkey, has always emphasized with the phrase, the world is bigger than five. On the other hand, the situation of all our compatriots who were deprived of their freedom in Crimea, especially Neriman Celal, Deputy Chairman of the Crimean Tatar National Assembly, is among the issues we closely follow. We hope that the aforementioned people will be released as soon as possible. Thanks to the cooperation that the platform will establish between parliaments, it will be possible to raise awareness among the world public on these issues which we attach great importance to. We support the joint declaration adopted today, and I would like to declare that we as a Grand National Assembly of Turkey are ready to contribute to the work to be carried out under the umbrella of the platform. Dear participants, the war in Ukraine has entered a new phase with an annexation decision taken by Russia on September 30. And Turkey doesn't recognize the annexation of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson as in Crimea, and these are null and void for us. And I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate here once again that we reject these internationally unlawful steps. The war that has been going on since February 24th, tens of thousands of Ukrainians lost their lives, millions of people were displaced, and many Ukrainian cities were severely destroyed. War affects our region the most. However, the global toll of the war is getting heavier day by day. As we always emphasize, there will be no winners in this war. We provided all kinds of material and moral support to Ukraine since the beginning of the war. And on the other hand, we wish that the conflicts will be ended as soon as possible with a just peace based on Ukraine's territorial integrity. Ukraine's struggle, we call for diplomacy not to be scapegoated and to be ready to end this conflict with diplomacy when conditions permit. Negotiation doesn't mean compromise. It's possible to turn the gains on the field into an advantage at the table. As our esteemed president has said on every occasion, as Turkey, we're ready to mediate on this path. Dear participants, on this occasion, I would like to draw your attention once again to the importance of international law and respect and observance of the law. It's not a spider web that states that feel strong pierce through and that weak states are forced to comply with. If the states that think themselves strong don't refrain from setting fire to other countries and peoples and drowning the world in blood and tears for their own interests, there is no international law, and everyone starts to see it as their right to violate the law as much as they can. World peace and international security are only possible with law, with respect and obedience to the law, and with a fair international order. A new understanding based on the sovereign equality of states, based on people, is possible and is essential for world peace, and it's the only way out. Concluding my speech, I would like to express my appreciation to those who contributed to the organization of this meeting we held at the parliamentary level as the Crimean Platform, and I would like to thank all the participants with my belief that just cause of Crimea will reach its goal sooner or later. Thank you very much.
Çok teşekkür ederim Sayın Başkan.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I would like to give the floor to the first Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Otmaras Karas.
On behalf of the European Parliament and its President, Roberta Metsola, I would like to thank our friends and co-hosts of this summit, Gordan Jandrokovic and Ruslan Stefanchuk, for their invitation. This summit is historical. It is the first parliamentary summit on the International Crimea Platform. And it is the first time that parliaments and parliamentary assemblies of international organizations come together in this format. It is a great honor for me to address you in my capacity as the first Vice President of the European Parliament, an institution that from the very beginning on has firmly stood on the side of Ukraine, on its sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity. In March 2014, the European Parliament strongly condemned Russia's illegal invasion of Crimea and the shame referendum on joining Russia. Both were and still are flagrant and gross violations of international law. Already then, we were warning that Kremlin's actions are a threat not only to Ukraine, but also to European and global security. The illegal annexion of Crimea and Sevastopol by Russia in 2014 should have been a wake-up call to the international community. A wake-up call that Putin cannot be trusted. A wake-up call that Putin will not stop. A wake-up call that Putin is a threat. However, some believe that this illegal act can be solved by diplomatic means. This was wrong, and sorry, this is wrong. Appeasement is not the way to deal with Putin. On 24th of February, Putin once again brutally invaded Ukraine in the most unimaginable, barbaric way, by terrorizing, raping and murdering innocent women and men and children, by throwing bombs on hospitals, schools and homes, by forcing 14 million Ukrainians to flee the country or relocate internally, by committing war crimes in Bucha, Mariupol, Izum and beyond. But our values are not negotiable. Freedom, democracy, peace and respect for fundamental rights are the foundations of our European project, are the backbone to create a better world. We praise the brave Ukrainians' fight for our common values every day. Against the aggressor who does not accept that Ukraine is free to choose its future. The Sakharov Prize to the Ukrainian people is a strong signal in this regard. We stand by your side, dear Ruslan, and we will continue to do so. I want to strongly reaffirm the European Parliament's position. International law and its principles of sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity are not negotiable. All illegally occupied territories of Ukraine by Russia belong to Ukraine. We will never recognize that Russian shame referenda in Crimea and in the Ukrainian Oblast Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia and Kherson. We will never give up on advocating for the deoccupation of Crimea and of all other illegally annexed territories of Ukraine. Ukraine has every right to exercise legitimate defense and to regain back all these territories within its internationally recognized borders. The European Union response to Russia's war against Ukraine is united and unprecedented. As President Metsola says, it must and will continue. We will continue sanctioning Putin and his allies like Lukashenko. We will continue supporting Ukraine with humanitarian, military and financial means, including for reconstruction. And we will further support Ukraine politically on its European path. Dear colleagues, dear speakers, our parliaments, as the heart of democracy, of the chamber of citizens, have a crucial role and responsibility in defending and strengthening freedom, democracy and fundamental rights, in fighting Russia's aggression in Ukraine and propaganda around the world, and in supporting Ukraine in winning the war and in achieving reforms. The European Parliament reached out to 160 parliaments with a call to support Ukraine. This led to a dialogue with parliaments around the globe. We must continue this dialogue, and we must join our forces to support all efforts to strengthen liberal parliamentary democracy. We need a cooperation group to coordinate our support to the Verkhovna Rada. We need an alliance so the whole can become greater than the sum of its parts. We need to bundle our experience, knowledge, resources, and best practices. At the same time, we must use all available tools to counter Russian propaganda. Communication is key, not only external, also internal with our citizens, because we need democratic majorities also for at home, what we have to do for our friends in Ukraine and worldwide. This unity only plays in Putin's favor. In this spirit, ladies and gentlemen, this summit should not only increase global awareness about Russia's illegal annexations, but also intensify parliamentary cooperation and support. The European Parliament will tirelessly continue its efforts for a reunited Ukraine, where human rights, freedom, democracy, equality and rule of law are fully restored. We are united. We have to do so also in the future. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Дуже дякую вам, пане.
Thank you very much, Mr. First Vice President, and thank you very much for the support we enjoy from the European Union and the European Parliament. The next speaker will be the Vice President of the National Assembly of France, Valérie Rabault.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. Thank you, dear Ruslan. Thank you to our Croatian friends for hosting this high-level summit today. Dear colleagues, as first Vice President, it's my privilege today to represent France on behalf of the President of the French Assemblée Nationale, Yael Braun-Pivet, and to convey France's resolute support for our partnership as it shows our common commitment to fighting against autocracy. Through the Crimea Platform, we, MPs, are united in our commitment to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And I would like to reiterate this message to Rada speakers, dear Ruslan, that we met a few weeks ago in Ukraine, along with a French delegation of MPs led by our president. As MPs, we are not executive governments. However, as MPs, we are the voices of our citizens. As such, we have a critical responsibility to guarantee freedom and democracy, whatever the difficulties. We know that economic issues, and more specifically this coming winter, energy matters, might jeopardize the unity of our public opinions. This is why it is crucial for us to pop up a united front today. And this is why I strongly support the priorities expressed in our joint declaration. Our first priority is to protect human rights and international humanitarian law. The conflict has given rise to many human rights violations, namely, for instance, the issue of forced adoptions. Thousands of Ukrainian children have been abducted by the Russian forces and forcibly adopted into Russian families. This is a clear violation of human rights and international law, and it must be stopped. This is just an example, and there are so many of violations. Responding to a request by Ukrainian authorities, France has deployed a few weeks ago a mission of scientific police to investigate war crimes. Our second priority consists in strengthening the policy of non-recognition. So far, no country in the world, with the exception of Belarus and Nicaragua, has recognized the attempted annexion of Crimea. Our third priority concerns the efficiency of sanctions against Russia, on which depends our ability to remain united. Our fourth priority is linked to military support, which must be further provided. Our fifth priority is to overcome, of course, the negative impact of the temporary occupation of Crimea on the economic and on the environment. We are supporting any commitment, any financial, any material commitment to Crimea. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues and friends, we are here united to send a clear message. Thank you for your attention. Vive l'Ukraine.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
So next speaker, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Italian Republic, Mr. Sergio Costa.
I wish to convey to the Speaker of the Croatian Sabor, Mr. Jandrokovic, the greetings of the Chamber of Deputies of the Italian Republic and of its President, Mr. Fontana, whom I have the honor of representing here today, and I thank him for taking the initiative of hosting this first parliamentary summit in Zagreb. I would like to reassure the President of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Stefanchuk, of the solidarity of the Italian Parliament, not only to uphold Ukraine's sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity, but also to draw attention to the tragic suffering that its people have been enduring for too long. The newly elected Italian Parliament did not want to miss this opportunity to be able to underline the continuity of Italy's commitment to supporting Ukraine and its demands guaranteed by international law. I would like to emphasize that the Crimea Platform was formed before the Russian aggression and that it was already enshrined in the text of the first intergovernmental declaration that national parliaments and international parliamentary assemblies should play a part in raising public awareness of the Russian occupation of a territory which international law unequivocally attributes to Ukrainian sovereignty. For the past 8 months, Europe has once again experienced the drama of a war at its very heart, using methods we had assumed to be a thing of the past. We are witnessing operations by the Russians we had endured in a grim memory, such as the forced evacuation of civilians, and in particular of children, the destruction of tangible and intangible cultural heritage, and the propagation of interethnic hatred, the consequences of which are being borne at great cost by the Tatar community. Subsequent events have aggravated the situation in Crimea, continuous violations of human rights, the harassment of the civilian population, attempts to subvert the demographic balance, the widespread militarization of the area, the constant threat to freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, the boycott of grain production, and the damage to the ecosystem are pushing the people in Crimea to the brink. As the new president of Italy's Chamber of Deputies recalled in his inaugural speech on 14 October, we welcome Pope Francis' diplomatic action in favor of peace. Consistently with the positions of the European Union, most recently reaffirmed by the European Council on 20 and 21 October 2022, Italy does not and will not recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea or any other Russian action in violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In particular, Crimea and Sevastopol are not only part of Ukraine under international law, which Russia itself recognized in 1994 by signing the Budapest Treaty, but they are also historically and culturally a part of Europe. Since 2014, Crimea has not only been seized from the state that had been exercising its sovereignty with full rights, but it has also been isolated from the entire international community. The Crimea Platform is therefore a key instrument to keep the issue high on the international agenda at all levels. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that parliaments must be mindful of the task of politics to look to the future. At this very moment, an international conference for the reconstruction of Ukraine is sitting in Berlin. The determination with which we demand the restoration of Ukraine's territorial sovereignty today must be matched by a commitment to its reconstruction as a free and democratic state, in which peaceful coexistence, the protection of the rights of its various ethnic groups, and its sustainable development will restore dignity and prosperity to the nation, reuniting it with the great European family. Allow me to conclude by saying that we are all Ukrainians here today. Thank you.
Grazie mille, signore Presidente, Vice-Presidente. Grazie mille. Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues, I suggest to watch the video address of the speaker of Mr. Anthony Roth. Speaker. Шановні пані та колеги, дякую моєму другу і колезі, голові Стефанчуку та спікеру Яндраковичу за можливість привітати вас сьогодні у цьому відеозверненні. Для мене велика честь виступати на першому парламентському саміті Міжнародної Кримської платформи. І я шкодую, що не можу бути з вами сьогодні особисто. Це зібрання європейських та міжнародних друзів і союзників підкреслює той факт, що агресивна війна Росії проти України – це підрив регіональної безпеки. Це агресія з геополітичними наслідками далеко за межами України. Канадці солідарні з українцями, які захищають свою країну від агресії. І ми будемо з вами, коли настане час відбудови. Ми розуміємо, що Україна бореться за всіх нас і наш демократичний спосіб життя. Ми знаємо, що критична інфраструктура, школи та лікарні були зруйновані, а українці по всій країні стали свідками знищення громад та засобів до існування. Найбільш трагічним є те, що тисячі українських цивільних осіб були поранені або вбиті, включаючи жінок і дітей. Канада, а також наші парламентарі, були вірним другом і союзником України та її народу. З моменту незаконної окупації та спроби анексії Криму у 2014 році Канада запровадила санкції проти понад 1800 фізичних та юридичних осіб. З 24 лютого цього року Канада запровадила санкції проти ще понад 1400 фізичних та юридичних осіб з Росії, України та Білорусі. На початку цього року парламент Канади ухвалив резолюції, в яких визнав, що Росія вчинила геноцид проти народу України. Нещодавно були запроваджені додаткові санкції у зв'язку з проведенням Росією фіктивного референдуму у спробі анексії українських територій Донецької, Луганської, Херсонської та Запорізької областей. Російська агресія та нещодавні напади нагадують нам, що ми ніколи не можемо сприймати демократію та двостороннє співробітництво як щось належне. І ми повинні залишатися єдиними. Важливо, щоб ми продовжували зміцнювати зв'язки між нами, щоб ми могли відновити і підтримувати міжнародний мир і порядок. Це означає повагу до двосторонніх угод і зобов'язань. Це означає захищати, зміцнювати такі інституції, як Організація Об'єднаних Націй та Організацію з безпеки і співробітництва в Європі, які слугують стовпами регіональної та міжнародної безпеки. І це означає робити все можливе, щоб підтримати і захистити народ України та притягнути Росію до відповідальності. Я знаю, що народ Канади, включаючи більш ніж 1 мільйон і 300 тисяч канадців українського походження, приєднуються до мене у своїй солідарності і віддані справі відновлення миру в Україні та зміцнення міжнародної безпеки. Дякую вам. Мерсі. Dear colleagues, I suggest to watch the video address of the President of the Lower Chamber of Japan, Mr. Hiroki Hosoda.
Stefan Chuk 議長、ヤンドロコビッチ議長、ご列席の皆様、日本の国会が開会中のため、私自身の出席が叶いませんが、ウクライナへの連帯の意を表するため、ビデオメッセージの形で一言ご挨拶申し上げます。祖国と民主主義を守るために奮闘するウクライナの人々に敬意を表します。また、ロシアの攻撃により日々、多くのウクライナ国民の尊い命が奪われていることに心から哀悼の意を表します。今回のロシアによるウクライナ侵略は国際秩序の根幹を揺るがす行為です。明白な国際法違反であり、厳しく非難します。民間人や民間施設への攻撃は断じて正当化できません。ロシアによる2014年のクリミア併合、また今般のドネツク、ルハンスク、ザポリジアおよびヘルソンの編入と称する行為は、ウクライナの主権と領土一体性を侵害する行為であり、決して認められてはならず、強く非難します。こうした行為は、武力によって領土を取得しようとする試みに他ならず、国連憲章を含む国際法に反し無効であり、国際社会における法の支配の原則に正面から反するものです。力による一方的な現状変更の試みは決して許されるものではありません。欧州とインド太平洋の安全保障は不可分であるとの観点から、私はこの点を強調したいと思います。日本は G7 をはじめとする国際社会と緊密に連携して、強力な対ロ制裁に加え、人道支援、財政支援、装備品等の提供、物資輸送支援等、できる限りのウクライナ支援をタイムリーに行ってまいりました。これまで日本はウクライナおよび周辺国に対する総額約11億ドルの支援を表明しており、今後も国際社会と連携しながら、国難に直面するウクライナの人々に寄り添った支援を実施していきます。衆議院議長としても改めてウクライナの平和を取り戻すために、今後とも国際社会と一致結束して協力していくことを表明いたしますとともに、衆議院とウクライナ最高会議との交流進展に向け、引き続き後押しをしてまいりたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
Шановні колеги, я пропоную
Dear colleagues, I suggest that I give the floor now to Sir Lindsay Holy, the Speaker of the House of Commons.
The timing of which could not be more critical. As we've seen over recent weeks, following the Crimea bridge bombing, the illegal war on Ukraine has taken a dangerous and sinister turn. The wave of missile strikes on cities across Ukraine has indiscriminately targeted parks, roads used by civilians, proving, if proof was needed, that nothing and no one is safe from there of the aggressor, Vladimir Putin. That is why this summit is so important, and why we as heads of democratic parliaments and members of the parliamentary assemblies and associations need to speak as one in defending international law. Here in the UK, I am proud to say we stand shoulder to shoulder in support of the Ukraine and in the liberation of Crimea. We stand as one with the Ukraine people who have lost so much already, including friends and loved ones. A way of life they have cherished, and homes and jobs. Many are still displaced, while at the same time worried about family members fighting against this aggressor. All the while, we will continue to offer homes and support to those fleeing the war, military hardware to the Ukraine armed forces, and training to the thousands of Ukraine troops who help them resist this illegal invasion. Ultimately, we are in awe at the courage shown by the Ukraine citizens in defense of democracy. We hope more nations will follow our lead and show Putin that actions of his regime will only strengthen our resolve to unite in the support of Ukraine. So while I may not be with you in person in Zagreb, I am with you in spirit, wishing the parliamentary dimension of this International Crimean Platform every success. And I'm sure that with the strength of the parliamentary democracies behind it, stressing the importance of international law, human rights, and the fundamental freedoms, together we will send Putin a message that is crystal clear. He cannot win, he will not win, and peace and democracy in Ukraine and by the extension of Crimea will prevail. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Шановні колеги, я запрошую до слова голову Меджлісу.
So I would like to give the floor now to the head of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatars, Mr. Refat Chubarov. Dear presidents of the parliament, presidents and members of the parliamentary delegations, participants of the meeting of the First Parliament Summit of the International Crimea Platform. First, on behalf of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, I would like to thank the parliament, the government, and the people of the Republic of Croatia for this great hospitality and the friendly atmosphere of all the events of the Crimea Platform in the beautiful city of Zagreb. Dear friends, Crimea is the integral part of Ukraine. For more than 8 years, it has been under the Russian occupation, when prosecutions, repressions, and violence by the punitive authorities of the citizens of Ukraine, residents of Crimea, have become obvious. For these 8 years, the Russian occupants have been turning the occupied Crimea into a military fortress to commit further expansionist attacks and aggression against the free people of the world. In order to strengthen their positions in the occupied Crimea, the Russians have decided to expel the indigenous Crimean Tatar people out from the peninsula, and the ethnic Ukrainians who remain loyal to the Ukrainian state. At the same time, Moscow is sending more and more citizens of Russia into Crimea, which have to establish Russian dominance in Crimea even after the Ukrainian army liberates Crimea. The international community must now take a stand on the need to decolonize Crimea, something that must happen at the same time with the occupation with the Crimean Peninsula. Dear friends, it is very difficult to actually express the deep tragedy of each Crimean Tatar family or every Ukrainian family living in the occupied Crimea. Their children, husbands, sons, they have been now imprisoned for 12, 13, or even 20 years. You just need to know that there in Crimea, hundreds of thousands of citizens of Ukraine listen to every word, read every sentence in the documents adopted at the forums, meetings, and conferences. The lives of all the innocent people who were killed are invaluable. And it doesn't matter what ethnic background or religion those people have. But I must say, nevertheless, that in the occupied Crimea, we see the policy of elimination, of killing of the indigenous people, of the Crimean Tatars. And in this action, Putin is trying to complete the satanist plan of Stalin, who deported all the Crimean Tatars back in 1944. So the time is not an asset for us. Only the victory of Ukraine and liberation of Crimea will stop further crimes committed by Moscow. Eventually, in the end, I would like to join the invitation expressed by the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Stefanchuk, who mentioned it in his speech. Let's have the next summit of Crimea Platform in Bakhchisarai, in the liberated Ukrainian Crimea. In Crimean Tatar, it sounds like that. Let it be the next year. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. Rifat, for this strong summing up of the first part of our meeting. Dear colleagues, now I would like to announce a coffee break, after which we will give the floor for moderation to our deputies, Deputy Speaker of the Croatian Sabor and the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Željko Reiner and Madam Alena Kondratyuk. Now, let's go for the coffee break. Until 11:45.
they occupied Crimea and wanted more, as ravenous appetite comes with occupation. The peninsula with the soft power of diplomacy. A year ago, Ukraine initiated the Crimea Platform. It became a unique format by which Crimea gained a foothold in international focus.
Був ухвалений фундаментальний закон про корінні народи України. Наша ж держава рідна для народів, чиї національні культури і прагнення формувались в Криму.
Ми консолідуємо країни, які чітко заявляють, що деокупація має відбутись. І, власне, є пріоритети. Це і права людини, і безпекові, і економіка, і екологія. Кожна країна або кожна організація, яка приєдналася до декларації Кримської платформи, таким чином засвідчивши, що вона є частиною цього формату.
Зараз ми працюємо над рядом питань, які стосуються реінтеграції, це і питання люстрації, це і питання амністії. Наше ставлення до російських громадян, які нелегально проживають на території Кримського півострова, це і питання пов'язані з правом власності, судових реєстрів. Тобто це ряд питань, які нам потрібно вирішити ще до деокупації нашої території.
And Crimean twilight was followed by horrific dawn of February the 24th. But despite the full-scale aggression, the Crimean Platform continues to be the most powerful voice of Crimea in the world.
23 серпня ми провели другий саміт Міжнародної Кримської платформи. Повномасштабна агресія Росії змусила нас провести його частково онлайн, але мета платформи – деокупація Криму – ніколи не була більш своєчасною. Дипломатична команда президента Зеленського донесла до світу це відчуття нагальності захисту та відновлення міжнародного права. Ми мобілізували глобальну підтримку та збільшили кількість та рівень учасників. 60 представників країн Європи, Азії, Африки, Північної та Латинської Америки підтвердили свою підтримку поверненню Криму Україні.
At the end of October, in Zagreb, Croatia, Ukraine, together with its allies, activates another track of the Crimean Platform, the parliamentary one.
На рівні президентів обговорюються найбільш важливі стратегічні рішення. Але ці рішення мають втілюватися в життя, втілюватися через прийняття законодавчих актів. І тому дуже важливо, щоб сьогодні, зібравши спікерів парламентів країн світу, які підтримують Україну, ми мали можливість обговорити як кримське питання в цілому, і щоб максимальна кількість країн, максимальна кількість спікерів були втягнуті до цієї дискусії, тому що далі вони будуть продукувати ці рішення Міжнародної Кримської платформи на рівні своїх парламентів, приймати відповідні законодавчі акти, приймати відповідні постанови парламентів, і це дуже важлива підтримка міжнародної України на рівні прямої представницької демократії.
Želim i ovdje istaknuti kako Hrvatska ostaje na raspolaganju za nastavak konkretne pomoći Ukrajini. Politički, humanitarno, tehnički i na sve druge načine. Zato ni trenutka nisam dvojio kada me moj ukrajinski kolega Ruslan Stefančuk zamolio da Hrvatski sabor i Ukrajinska vrhovna rada zajednički organiziraju prvi parlamentarni summit Međunarodne Krimske platforme u Zagrebu.
This time around, Europe and its partners came together to stand up to aggression, show solidarity and strengthen their own resilience. In October, we will highlight this unity once more in Zagreb, as Croatia prepares to host a first ever parliamentary summit of the Crimea Platform.
Наше міжфракційне об'єднання «Кримська платформа» є одним з найбільших об'єднань у Верховній Раді України, більше 40 депутатів. Звичайно ж, основна мета, яку перед собою ставить наше об'єднання, це підготовка необхідних законопроєктів для того, аби підготувати підґрунтя для деокупації Кримського півострову. І, звичайно ж, для того, аби весь світ був поінформований добре про те, що робиться на Кримському півострові.
Світ має знайти механізм, щоб поставити цього агресора на місце.
Ця російська війна проти України і проти всієї вільної Європи почалась в Криму і має закінчитись Кримом, його звільненням.
My name is Željko Reiner. I am Vice Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, and I shall chair this part of the plenary session together with my colleague Olena Konjančuk, Vice Chairwoman of the Verkhovna Rada. We've just seen an interesting film about Crimea, about the Crimea Platform, and we now go on to the plenary part. As announced, I ask all the participating speakers to stick to the 3 minutes time. I would like to give the floor now to Madam Tasheva, who is a permanent representative of the President in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. The floor is yours.
It's a great honor to speak to the First Parliamentary Summit International Crimea Platform on the 24th of February 2022, the first day of occupation of 2015. I organized, together with my friends, the first human rights organizations in Crimea. I communicate a lot with the people who work in the field, human rights activists, civil society activists, veterans of the national movement of the Crimean Tatars. One of the recent talks I had with Nariman Jalalov, first deputy of the Assembly of the Crimean Tatar people, whom we've already mentioned today, was about how to survive during occupation, how not to give up, and to stand your ground, stand your values and your people. Nariman did not give up. Even when imprisoned, he continues speaking up, even if he is threatened with 17 years of imprisonment. Now I want to speak on behalf of all who is now occupied, who cannot speak up their mind, who can be a Muslim or a Crimean Tatar or a Ukrainian. I know Nomina Saliyeva, Nariman, and hundreds of other, I will say, heroes who are imprisoned because they defending their rights and values. Yesterday, Mr. Chichek said that it is easy to restore your buildings, but it is very difficult to restore your people, especially those who took part in the war. And when I heard that, I recalled the cities of Bucha and Irpin and how fast we saw those buildings restored. But after our victory, we will have a long path of reintegration and restoration of all, recovery of all our territories, including those regions that were under occupation for a short time, but especially Crimea, where the occupation has been very long. Now, upon the request of Mr. Zelensky, we have created the strategy for recovery of Crimea after the occupation as a part of the general Ukraine recovery strategy. It identifies the priorities and directions of after-war reconstruction of Crimea and further sustainable development of the peninsula. It's a strong message to our people in Crimea. How do you want to live? Where do you want to live? In an open peninsula, in open Crimea, a touristic center, a part of the European Union, or in a isolated military base of the Russian Federation. After the occupation, I'm sure we need to overcome all the crises and problems created by the years of the occupation. We now need to work on what will be the first steps after the occupation in the terms of accountability, human reserves, and so on. So we all work on that. That's a part of the internal track of the Crimea Platform, including its parliamentary level. Of course, the full-scale reintegration will start after the victory and the return of all our territories and of all our people, but we need to be ready right now. As they say, well, next year in Bachchisarai. Thank you.
Presidents of Albanian Parliament.
Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, in my intervention I will focus on 4 issues. The Russia's aggressions and war in Ukraine is not only Ukraine's war. Recently, there is a concertation of military aggressions against integrity and cyber attacks against sovereign nations. Military aggressions, cyber attacks against integrity of sovereign nations are an attacks against democracy, civilization, and humanity. The alliance between enemies of liberty and democracy and sovereignty and integrity of free nations requires not only a military, but a strong and responsive political partnership in Europe and beyond. In its capacity as a non-permanent member of Security Council, Albania, along with the United States, is co-pen holder in determining the Ukraine's defense positions and actions. War in Ukraine reminded us that the invading aggressions are neither deposited in the history annals, nor are they a political rhetoric, but a real threat to all humanity, to our continent and to the planet. Ukraine's war is our war. Synergies can be easily developed among terrorist attacks and military aggressions in our days. Such a synergy multiplies the risks posed to countries and regions that are the target of these attacks. Russia's military aggressions against Ukraine and cyber attacks against free nations are not only attacks against sovereignty. They threaten seriously democracy and civilization in Europe and in the planet. Therefore, support to Ukraine and countries target of cyber attacks are contribution to democracy, democratic values and institutions. In Europe, as well in other regions of the world, the establishment of military defensive alliances is not always followed by an effective political partnership. Political partnership makes the military alliances more effective. Military alliances can serve as an incentive to strong and sustainable political partnership. We all have to keep in mind such as interaction. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Now we will hear the representative of the National Council of Austria, Mr. Wolfgang Sobotka.
Dear chairs, dear colleagues, I want to thank Croatia and Ukraine for initiating this first parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform, because it is an important initiative and a strong signal for the joint non-recognition of the 2014 Crimea occupation by Russia. And I strongly agree with our hosts that the international parliamentary community can make an additional contribution to the platform's goals. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is also a war against our democratic principles and values, and Parliament is the very heart of any democratic system. Therefore, also the reactions and the resolutions adopted by the European Parliament, the Parliamentary Assembly of our international organization, as well as by the Interparliamentary Union, whose honorable representatives are here with us today, send out such important signals. In every possible way and at all levels, parliaments must continue to raise awareness of the need to support Ukraine. This is why today's summit is of such particular importance. As you know, Austria is a neutral country in military terms. However, we are never politically neutral when it comes to respect international law and territorial integrity. Therefore, we strongly condemn the Russian annexion of Crimea in 2014 and the invasion of the Ukraine 8 months ago. Russia's war against Ukraine is a danger to the whole international community and the legal order. Its recent escalation of the war, the shame referenda and unlawful annexions, nuclear threats, and above all the terrible atrocities against the Ukrainian population, such as murder, rape, torture, and the systematic destruction of vital infrastructure, are unacceptable. As representatives of parliaments, it is our particular responsibility to ensure that violations of human rights are documented and that war crimes are investigated and brought to justice. Therefore, we strongly support the work of the International Criminal Court and the Vienna-based International Commission of Inquiry. Colleagues, it is important that we counter false Russian narratives. For example, that the sanctions are to blame for the current economic impact or that supporting Ukraine would promote the war. Such disinformation campaigns come in addition to physical violence with the objective to split our societies and undermine European unity. Also in this context, parliaments are required to counteract. We have to do all we can to prevent the spread of disinformation in social media and on platforms. We must also raise awareness about the risk of echo chambers, deep fakes and cybercrime. For our future generation, it is essential to understand that Ukraine not only fights for its own sovereignty, Ukraine also defends our international law and common values, to which we have, as parliamentarians, are first and foremost committed. Let me conclude by thanking once more our host for this essential initiative and by reaffirming Austria's full solidarity with the Ukraine and the Ukrainian population. Slava Ukraini.
Now I am honored to introduce Ilian Tillieu, President of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium. I welcome this initiative.
In a common effort to re-establish the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. I would also like to thank the Chamber for helping Ukraine to organize this summit. Unfortunately, since the creation of this platform, the situation in Ukraine has not improved, and in addition to Crimea, Russia has unlawfully annexed 4 other regions. These are events that our predecessors, when adopting the United Nations Charter, never wanted to happen again. In conformity with the United Nations General Assembly resolution on the definition of aggression, Belgium does not recognize as lawful the territorial annexation of Crimea, nor the recently annexed territories in the Donbass region. Since 2014, the people of Ukraine have expressed their wish for a democratic and European future on Maidan Square. Unfortunately, 8 years later, more than half of the Ukrainian children have been displaced from their daily life. Last April, I had the opportunity to visit a border crossing point and 2 reception centers for Ukrainian refugees in Poland. There, I was able to witness the exile of many Ukrainian families who are staying in camps, waiting to go to another country or to return home. An unacceptable, painful, and distressing situation. It is for their future that we must help Ukraine to stop the war and regain its territories. Belgium, along with its fellow member states of the European Union, has implemented unprecedented political, diplomatic, and restrictive measures towards the Russian Federation. On March 31st, 2022, we have organized a virtual conference at the House of Representatives in Belgium with the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky. And on June 13th, we were honored to welcome in our institution the President of the Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, who met one of the many citizens who have shown their spontaneous support in helping Ukrainian people with providing goods, housing, or equipment. Herewith, I want to reaffirm that Belgium stands with Ukraine. By condemning Russia's action, we contribute to the preservation of international law, and we reaffirm our commitment to the international order based on the rule of law, to the preservation of peace, the respect of national sovereignty, and the prohibition of unlawful use of force. The consequences of the war in Ukraine showed us that our world is interlinked. The blockade of food exports and Ukrainian ports has a direct impact on food supply to developing countries, creating significant risks for famine. Therefore, it is essential that we promote regional security and protection of freedom of navigation. The Russian authorities must be held accountable in front of the competent international jurisdiction for the crimes committed in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, the adoption of the declaration today is, in addition to Belgium's political, military, humanitarian, and diplomatic commitment, another way by which we want to show our support and reaffirm our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine. Vive l'Ukraine!
Sada mi je zadovoljstvo dati riječ predsjednici Senata.
Now the Speaker of the Belgian Senate, President of the Belgian Senate, will address us, Madam Stephanie Hoos. Dragi colleague.
In my hometown, Ghent, in Belgium, we decided a few months ago to build an emergency reception village for Ukrainian refugees. It is a simple act of humanity and kindness. It is the least we can do as a city for those torn away from their homes, who are forced to run from violence and death. And the village will hold around hundreds of people. There will be medical and psychological supports. And the whole project is a symbol for the best in all of us. It is a symbol for our unwavering support for the Ukrainian people. And yet, while we take decisive action against Vladimir Putin, while we support Ukraine, while we help Ukrainian refugees, we must not forget that Putin's henchmen are not only fighting Ukraine, they walk amongst us as well. A local councilman in my hometown attacked the mere notion of an emergency village. We have some members in parliaments who spread doubts about who's to blame for the war. Some extreme political figures who don't like the immunity and the European unity we see today, who don't like our fierce support of a nation fighting for freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. They are just as much of a threat to our efforts to help Ukraine as Putin himself. They poison our social media with fake news and propaganda, as Mr. Sobotka already said. And colleagues, we thus must arm ourselves against these vile attempts to undermine the Ukrainian people. While we declare that Crimea is Ukraine, some of them at home try to convince the people and the public otherwise. While we know Putin to be a dictator and an aggressor, they are on Facebook and Twitter retweeting conspiracy theories and other lies. As we are helping to defend the Ukrainian democracy, we must also strengthen our own democracies. And the threat of fake news and disinformation has arrived at the very core of our democratic regimes. And the only way to combat it is to make sure that nobody believes the lies anymore, to educate, to learn. In my parliament, we have written and voted on a report with a very concrete step to push back against fake news. I invite you all to read it. I invite you all to work together. I invite you all to act together. We are taking a big step to support Ukraine today. Let's prepare to take the next one. Slava Ukrainia.
Now we will have a video message from Mr. Rodrigo Arias Sanchez, the President of the Legislative Assembly. I appreciate the opportunity you give me to address you within the framework of this important forum. It calls us to reconsider the territorial integrity of Ukraine and the defense of the principles established in the Charter of the United Nations. The tragedy that is being experienced in Eastern Europe should provide the opportunity to reflect on the obligation of states to refrain the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any country. This is established in Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations. Primarily, it is vital to have peaceful means, the international right to peace, security, and justice. As is known throughout the planet, Costa Rica is and will always be a country that defends the highest values of dialogue, harmony, peaceful settlement of disputes, and peace. For this reason, Costa Rica has condemned the unjust invasion of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. The Costa Rican position is a state position, always committed to complying with the provisions of the United Nations Charter. We reinforce the call for the immediate cessation of hostilities in this territory. This absurd war that has caused chaos and pain in Ukraine must end as soon as possible for the good and future of humanity. Now it's a special pleasure to announce the President of the Parliamentary Assembly Council of Europe, Tiny Fox.
Microphone. Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This sounds better. Dear Deputy Speakers, dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe to participate in the International Crimea Platform. 2 weeks ago, when President Zelensky addressed our Parliamentary Assembly, I offered him our sincere condolences to the families and friends and compatriots of all those who have been killed, wounded, or forced to leave their home, often even their country, due to the horrible violence of the Russian military, which so brutally violates Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Every day that this war that should never have started lasts, lives are lost, crimes are committed. Every day, also today. 8 years ago, our Parliamentary Assembly condemned the illegal annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation as a blatant violation of international law. Crimea should therefore be returned to Ukraine. The Russian Federation had to come back within the framework of international law and had to ensure that it would fully comply with its obligations under the Statute of the Council of Europe and the European Convention on Human Rights, which it had both ratified in 1996 when Russia became a member of the Council of Europe. However, instead of returning Crimea to Ukraine in line with international law, Russia annexed other parts of Ukraine after starting its war of aggression on the 24th of February of this year. Together with the Chair of the Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, I condemned both the war of aggression and these annexations as a new blatant violation of international law. The war is a unilateral attack on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The annexation of the regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia and Kherson as a follow-up of this illegal war must be all considered null and void and with no legal or political effects. I particularly regret the role played in this war and these annexations by the Russian Parliament, former participant in the activities of our Assembly. State Duma and Federation Council have given full support to the annexation and validated these recent illegal annexations after they acted in a similar way in 2014. Together with the Russian President and the Russian government, Russian Parliament bears therefore all responsibility for the consequences of this illegal war and annexations. There should be no impunity, neither for the President, nor for the government, nor for the Parliament of the Russian Federation. Therefore, our Assembly supports the creation of a system of international justice, including a special tribunal to deal with the crime of aggression. When Russia's military crossed Ukraine's borders this February, it also crossed the red lines of the Council of Europe. Better prepared than in the past, now both statutory bodies of the Council of Europe's oldest and broadest multilateral cooperation, suspended Russia membership within 3 days and expelled its bigger member state within 3 weeks. A sad but necessary decision taken immediately, decisively, and in full unanimity. I consider this decision as an inspiring and instrumental step in creating and until now maintaining a broad, united multilateral front in Europe against the unilateral breach of international law by the Russian Federation. Our Assembly recently adopted a resolution on further escalation of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, in which, inter alia, we wholeheartedly welcome the United Nations General Assembly's decision on territorial integrity of Ukraine. This important decision recalls the obligation of all UN member states under Article 2 of the United Nations Charter to refrain from the threat of use of force against the territorial integrity of any state and declares that subsequent illegal annexation have no validity under international law. Our Assembly's decision and our Council of Europe's decision to expel the Russian Federation from Europe's oldest and broadest organization founded to protect and promote peace on our continent was an important one. However, it did not stop the ongoing war, as other reactions until now against Russia's brutal attack on multilateral agreement to protect peace in Europe and the world did not yet make the current terrorist regime in the Kremlin to halt its brutal destruction, its indiscriminate shelling of cities and vital infrastructure, and its crimes against millions of Ukrainians. Therefore, more needs to be done, something to be discussed today here in Zagreb, as well in the days, weeks and months to come. In all international forums, which all seek to end the war, to restore peace and take care that justice will be done sooner or later. I'm following, therefore, these debates with great interest, and I hope that it will bear fruit. Our organization, the Council of Europe, its Committee of Ministers and its Parliamentary Assembly have committed themselves to do our utmost in helping our member state, Ukraine, to make this happen in close cooperation with the government, parliament and people of Ukraine. I'm looking forward to meet each other together again next time in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now it's a special pleasure to give the floor to President of the House of Representatives of Cyprus, Anita Demetriou.
My dearest Olena, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think today it's a very important opportunity that we manage, and thank you for the hospitality, we managed to be here and send a strong message of solidarity and support to Ukraine and Ukrainian people. And it is our responsibility to raise awareness, especially with all this propaganda, correctly was mentioned before, with all this propaganda that is taking place. I will be really honest today that I never believed that I was going to speak in 2022 or experience such a brutal attack or an invasion or an ongoing occupation and so on in the heart of Europe. I never believed that such an attack or memories after the Second World War were supposed to be alive again. And I still cannot believe how a third country believes that they can use the force, the weapons, and their power to invade, to kill, to erase every legality and norm or principle just because they believe they can do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an extra responsibility as parliamentarians. In this room, I see parliamentary leaders and presidents, and it is up to us to protect democracy and legality. It is up to us not to accept any such brutality, such illegal actions. It is up to us to show the same correspondence in every such situation, despite who is the third country or who is concerned. Because the compliance with our norms and principles shall always be punctual and persistent. In my country, we know, in Cyprus, we know. We experienced back in 1974 the Turkish invasion, and we are still experiencing the ongoing occupation after 48 years now. Now, where the international law is standing here and how sovereignty rights they are violated every day, it's another issue, and it's not now the issue to be discussed. What I know is that we will never stop to support Ukraine. What I know is that we will continue to support Ukraine as much as we can, nevertheless, that we never had the same support as a country, and I want just to be honest. But we can understand, as we are the victims of the same nightmare. And from the very much beginning, we did whatever we can and we continue to do so. Not only with resolutions, not only condemning the annexation of Crimea, not only having compliance with all the measures and sanctions decided by the European Union, not only participate in joint declarations, not only be present everywhere just to unify our voices to be heard, because Crimea is Ukraine and Ukraine is Crimea. Because we will not stop support Ukraine, and we are determined to contribute in every possible way to collective efforts to provide assistance to Ukraine and to exercise pressure on Russia and to any country that decides to violate human rights, international law, our principles. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing a difficult and very complicated reality, a new political era. It is up to us to stand on the correct side of the history as the ones who supported democracy, legality, and international legal order. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not about Ukraine. It's about all of us. It's about our survival. It's about the future we want to live in. We have to be honest, we have to be fair, we have to be united, vividly be present until victory, and we really wish that to Ukraine and Ukrainian people. They deserve it. And I will close my intervention with a wish, because I know what it means to be a refugee. I'm a refugee from Famagusta, and I'm not allowed to visit and return back to live in my house. So with the same ambition, passion, and thrill, I wish peace, stability, and prosperity for my country, Cyprus. I wish freedom, stability, and prosperity from Ukraine and the beautiful Ukrainian people. Slava Ukrainian.
Hvala lijepa. A sada...
Thank you very much. And now I would give the floor to the President of the Parliament of Estonia, Jüri Ratas.
Dear colleagues, dear Ukrainian friends, I would like to start by paying our respect for the extraordinary courage of the people of Ukraine, whom we clearly admire. You have inspired the world with your strength, resilience, and defiant determination to live free. Since the illegal occupation and annexation of Crimea in March 2014 started, Russia has transformed this Ukrainian peninsula not only into a military base, but also into a black hole for human rights. This violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity also marked the beginning of Putin's attempt to deny Ukraine its freedom. Crimea's residents have since been facing increasingly grave civic, political, and human rights restrictions. Today's stark reality is that since 2014, Russia has expanded its war of aggression against Ukraine. At this critical moment, it is crucial that we all stay united. We must continue to raise costs on Russia for its aggression. We need to increase military and humanitarian aid to support Ukrainian and Ukrainian people during the post-war reconstruction. Our common responsibility is to bring the preparators of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and of genocide to justice. As the International Criminal Court does not have jurisdiction over the crime of aggression, a special tribunal should be established to investigate the crime of Russian aggression. Dear colleagues, exactly 1 week ago, on October 18, the Parliament of Estonia, the Riigikogu, adopted a statement condemning the annexation of the territory of Ukraine and declaring Russian regime a terrorist regime. The declaration states that illegal acts can never create law. The illegal annexation proclaimed by Putin will not change anything. All territories that are illegally occupied by the Russian invaders are Ukrainian land, and we always be part of the sovereign nation. Estonia will never recognize the violence of the territorial integrity of Ukraine through aggressors or sham referendums. Dear friends, Ukraine is strong. The whole democratic world is strong. As long as we act together, we have no doubt that Russia's open aggression will fail, and democracy, justice, and peace will prevail. Friends from Ukraine, we are with Ukraine today, we will be with Ukraine tomorrow, and we will never leave Ukraine alone. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much.
Now, the video message by the President of the Senate of France, Gérard Larcher. Mr. Chairman of the Parliament of Croatia, Mr. Chairman of the Rada of Ukraine, dear Ruslan Stefanchuk, you who do not hesitate to unite the Rada by defying the Russian bombardments as I was able to see when I visited Kyiv last July. Ladies and gentlemen, chairs of parliaments, more than 8 years ago, it was in February 2014, Russia violated its own international commitments, calling into question the principle of the intangibility of borders and snatched Crimea from Ukraine. Crimea foreshadowed Russia's ambition for all of Ukraine. Crimea then was followed by part of Donbass, occupied and attached to Russia. Then those were the territories adjacent to these regions, following mock referendums. Between the desire to conquer entire Ukraine or to annex Ukrainian regions, Russia has adopted its territorial appetite to the circumstances. It is driven by the same imperialist desire. I affirm this with responsibility. No doubt that at the time, my country, France, but also several member states of the European Union did not take full measure of what happened in Crimea in 2014. But because history has spoken and the capture of Crimea constituted the first chapter of the war of aggression waged by Russia, no ambiguity is allowed today. There will be no sustainable peace without restoration of a Ukraine future for the Ukrainian province of Crimea. No war of aggression is a just war. But when war goes along with intentional targeting of the civilian population to terrorize it, with missiles or kamikaze drones, when war goes along with mass killings, when war becomes a crime, it is up to international justice to judge the guilty. The International Criminal Court, or an ad hoc court, under the aegis of the international community, will have to judge the Russians responsible for the abuses committed on Ukraine's soil. It is up to us, parliaments of the great European family, to strengthen unity around Ukrainian support for this country, which, through its efforts as much as through its courage and determination, which command admiration, has obtained the status of candidate to the European Union. Deepening sanctions against Russia, strengthening military aid to Ukraine, mobilizing means for reconstruction. This is the triptych that we have to promote before our governments, but also before our public opinion. Would some doubt the usefulness of the sanctions? They have shown their effectiveness in targeting individuals, transactions of Russian banks, or industrial and commercial components. Some may believe that the growing military support for Ukraine would encourage a dangerous escalation in the war, but when a country, Ukraine, is attacked and part of its territory is occupied, can we simply start calling for negotiations as there are the first reconquests? History has been marked by too many abandonments that have jeopardized everyone's safety. Would it be premature to begin reconstruction? While Russia has adopted destruction of Ukrainian civil infrastructure, in particular energy, as its strategy, rebuilding Ukraine now also means working for its security. The war effort is more likely to exhaust aggressors than the attacked. The next conference on reconstruction of Ukraine in Berlin must confirm the prognosis that I am making before you. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Platform on Crimea continues to grow, and I would like to thank Croatia for hosting its parliamentary dimension. This continued success indicates that the meaning of Ukraine's struggle, the meaning of our collective action, is better understood, because it is not about, contrary to what the disinformation attempts seek to convey, a confrontation of the West against the East, or developed countries against emerging or poor countries, or northern states insensitive to implications of the conflict in the southern states, or if I don't know what kind of clash of civilizations. The platform brings together parliamentarians that are convinced that territorial integrity must be protected, that military invasions must be condemned, that the international community must show solidarity with nations aggressed, that an order based on respect of universally recognized rules is preferable to the enactment of specific rules, which serve interests of the powerful, and that it is necessary to know, sometimes without ever replacing states or annexing sovereign territories, how to respond to war with war to better establish peace. Therefore, addressing parliaments that are not yet part of the international platform to support Ukraine or those who are hesitating, I make a solemn and simple appeal. Support Ukraine. Join us.
Merci beaucoup.
Now, I give the floor to the chairperson of the Parliament of Georgia, Mr. Papashvili.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Dear colleagues and friends, I'm glad to speak to you at the First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform among like-minded friends and partners of Ukraine in the period of the most difficult security challenges of modern times. On February 24, the Ukrainian people woke up under the rain of rockets. This may have caught many people in the West by surprise. But unfortunately, we, Georgians, Moldovans, Ukrainians, have known this all too well for many years now. Georgian people experienced this ruthless invasion in 2008, which is well known, but also in the early 1990s in Abkhazia and Trinwali region. We have seen Russian tanks raiding Georgian villages and Russian airplanes bombing our hopes for the better future. We have witnessed hundreds of thousands of people expelled from the homes of their ancestors, escaping the massacre and ethnic cleansing, and finding shelter for their children and loved ones inside the cold walls for many months and years. There is only one answer for us, which is the same answer we had to Russian invasion in Georgia. We strongly condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and illegal annexation of its regions. Russia must recognize Ukraine's territorial integrity, must withdraw from the occupied territories, and must respect Ukraine's independence. Ladies and gentlemen, our experience of the invasion of 2008 and the 1990s provides us with at least three lessons. First, documenting all crimes of the aggression is key in serving justice and curtailing any temptation for others for similar aggression, no matter being part of the Rome Statute or not. Georgia co-authored the application to investigate Russia's actions in Ukraine to the International Criminal Court. Winning the legal battle matters in the long run. Second, maintaining unity and solidarity of international community matters until the territorial integrity of Ukraine and of others similarly violated by Russia is fully restored. Otherwise, Russia will not stop its military adventures in its neighborhood and beyond. We voiced our solidarity to Ukraine in all major international organizations and will continue to do so in future. Georgia also will not allow using Georgia's territorial and financial system to ease the effect of, undermine or avoid the existing international sanctions imposed after February 24. And third, the international community must insist on upholding the fundamental principles of international law. Violating the principles of territorial integrity by force is unacceptable and may only lead to the undermining of the international order. We have seen that neglect of aggression in the past has generated new tremors in the international system, which are more difficult to deal with now than in their early stages. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia's support to Ukraine is unconditional and timeless. We stand by the Ukrainian people, despite the fact that Georgia itself is under the existential threat, as our own historic regions have been long occupied by Russia. We will not swerve from this commitment in the name of both Georgian and Ukrainian people. I wish Ukraine strength and victory in this epic fight for freedom and independence. Georgian people and government will always be with you. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A sada će nam se putem video poruke obratiti predsjednik.
And now we will hear Mr. Konstantin Tasoulas, President of the Parliament of Greece.
It is my great pleasure to participate in the First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. Let me start by thanking Croatia for hosting this distinguished event in Zagreb. It has been 8 years since Russia occupied and illegally annexed the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. And only last month, Russia proceeded to yet another violation of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, attempting to illegally again annex the Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia regions by engineering some referenda as a pretext. Let me be clear. These are not expressions of self-determination as Russia and its proxies falsely claim. These illegal annexation attempts are in no way representative of the will of the Ukrainian people. They are purely textbook violations of the fundamental rules and principles of international law and the United Nations Charter. These decisions are null and void and cannot produce legal effects under international law. Greece, my country, will never recognize these territories as anything but a part of Ukraine. Crimea, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk are Ukraine. The inviolability of borders have been the foundation of post-war Europe. The occupation of Crimea in 2014 is a step of a revisionist plan to redraw the borders in Europe. Russia's expansionism is attempting to absorb Crimea, home of many people and cultures, including a historic Greek community. Since last February, Russia has been using Crimea as a base to attack Ukraine. Only yesterday, we marked 8 months from the beginning of Russia's unprovoked invasion and full-scale aggression against the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Our position of principle is unshakable. We defend our principles and values: democracy, inviolability of borders in Ukraine, as we did in Cyprus for 48 years. Fundamental human rights also, and international law. Greece remains steadfast on our commitment to continue providing the Ukrainian government and people with political, financial, military, and humanitarian support for as long as it takes. We have stood and will continue to stand by the brave Ukrainian people and command their struggle to defend their independence and sovereignty against Russia's illegal and unprovoked aggression. We are confronted with a grave challenge: an anachronistic, aggressive, barbarian revisionism, which disputes international law, borders, and valid international treaties. It must not be allowed to prevail. It is vital not to prevail. The use or the threat of use of force can never be tolerated. Thank you for your attention and wishing you the best for this parliamentary summit.
of order, please. Sorry? Point of order, please. Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I blame those comparisons between aggression on Ukraine and Cyprus dispute. This is a crazy thing, and this is not the place to discuss Cyprus issue, which took 6 decades of negotiations. And those responsible for continuation of the problem is not Turkish intervention, but the responsible ones who rejected the Annan plan prepared by UN and later rejected the solution in Crans-Montana. Thank you.
Thank you, but we will concentrate now on the issue of Ukraine because that's why we are here, and we'll listen now and see now the video message of President of the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Mr. Mustafa has no right to intervene and make an intervention, and I will ask for 1 or 2 minutes just to say I will agree to something. This is not the place, but we need to understand that the international law, we cannot read it as we want and every time, or any time we have any interest. So what I'm saying is that if we really believe in international law, and this is not the place to solve any dispute between us, we need to obey it every time. No third country has the right to intervene, make an invasion, has more than 50,000 Turkish troops everywhere, so I will respect the place and I will stay until here. What I say is that we want peace everywhere. We want to have collaborations. We want to have a prosperity for the whole world. We don't want enemies. We don't want anything, any disputes to be prevail anywhere in the world. So I will close with that positive, and I will leave that positive remark, because it is up to us to understand how important it is, the survival for all of us in a peaceful world. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's concentrate on why we are here, and I will give now the word to the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mansour Nadir.
Your Excellencies, Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and Gordon Jandrokovic, Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, members of parliaments, diplomats, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to have been invited to this International Crimea Platform's First Parliamentary Summit, co-hosted by the Ukraine and Croatia. Although I am unable to participate physically, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the discussion via this video recording. I offer my support to this initiative, employing international dialogue for the benefit of the global population. This summit is another strengthening mechanism to uphold international law, which must be respected by all states. Territorial integrity of nations must be held in the highest regard for us to have a peaceful world. Where there is dispute, it is my firm belief that dialogue shall be employed to bring amicable resolutions, whether it be Russia and Ukraine or Guyana and Venezuela. Where dialogue fails, other non-aggressive methods may be employed. The invasion of any country by another has consequences which are felt not only by the invaded territory, but by other connected countries. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has no doubt thrown us into a deeper food crisis, following the emergency of COVID-19, among other impacts. World economies are struggling with finding ways to mitigate this food crisis and to enable citizens to be food secure. I give this example to emphasize that multilateralism is critical to the sustainable development and peace of our countries. It is thus understandable that 48 states and international institutions have adopted the declaration to establish the International Crimea Platform, focusing on the 5 priority areas. These are non-recognition policy, sanctions, human rights, safety and freedom of navigation, economic and environmental consequences of occupation. I conclude my brief remarks by categorically stating that I fully support the joint statement of the participants of the International Crimea Platform, and that parliamentary dialogue on this and other issues of international law must be continued. Thank you.
And now we will hear the President of the Interparliamentary Union, Duarte Pacheco.
Dear speakers, dear deputy speakers, the most important conclusion of, at least one of the most important conclusions of our meeting, is our presence here. After this month of war, we still together. We are still united. We are still here to support Ukraine. We will not give up. We will fight together until we achieve freedom, completely freedom to Ukraine. You will continue with our support. And I am not talking about on behalf of my parliament. I have a colleague that will speak in name of the Portuguese Parliament. I am speaking in behalf of IPU, a global organization of parliaments. The global organization of parliaments, with 180 parliaments associated. You can't imagine, it is not a regional one. We have different sensibilities there. But we decide, since the first day, that we should be on the right side of history, defending the values of the international law and the Charter of United Nations. That's why, on the 26th of February, we have a presidential meeting of our executive committee in Dubai. And on that meeting, we condemned in a strong way the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. After it, in March, during our assembly, it was possible again to obtain a full majority of our countries associated to condemn the invasion of Russia, the invasion of Russian troops to Ukraine. We are not possible to accept it. The resolution is very clear. We defend a peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine, respecting international law, the Charter of the United Nations, and territorial integrity. Last month, we met again, a second assembly of our year, and it was possible again to approve another resolution with a very strong majority of the countries condemning again the Russian behavior, condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent annexation of territories in defense of the territorial integrity of all states. We know what is the right side of history. That's also why IPU decides to give our annual award with the name of our fathers, Kremie Passi, to the Parliament of Ukraine, representing the parliamentarians that defending freedom and democracy, the values, essential values for IPU. And finally, I need also to say a special thanks to our colleague, a colleague from Ukraine, Lesia Vasilyenko, that leads the Forum of Women Parliamentarians of IPU. And she did the job during the last 8 months. Never she gave up. Her energy is a stimul to all of us, an example to all of us. We will be with Ukraine until the end. You can believe us. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you very much for this clear message.
And now it is my honor to announce the chairperson of the Upper House of Ireland, Mark Daly.
It's great to be here again and to meet with the larger-than-life character, the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament. We met last May, on the 20th of May, in Kiev, where, along with the Ceann Comhairle Dáil and the Chair of the House of Representatives of Ireland, we pledged that Ireland would not only support Ukraine's membership and Crimea's membership of the EU, but we would be advocates for their membership of the European Union. We wrote to the speakers of the EU parliaments, asking them to ask their members to support Ukraine and Crimea in becoming members of the EU family of nations. While in Kiev, we saw the mass graves in Bucha. We saw the mass destruction in Irpin. We met with President Zelensky, and we thanked him for addressing a joint sitting of our parliament in April. And in that historic address, when he addressed our parliament, he joined a long list of great leaders. He joined Nancy Pelosi, who addressed a joint sitting of our parliament. Nelson Mandela addressed a joint sitting of the Irish Parliament, and President Kennedy addressed a joint sitting of our parliament. And like President Zelensky, he acknowledged that while Ireland is a neutral country, we are not neutral between liberty and tyranny, and we never will be. When he addressed our parliament on that occasion, I invited in 6-year-old Anastasia, who, with her mother, had to leave her home under Russian artillery fire. And I asked President Zelensky, when I met him in Kiev, to write a note for Anastasia. And in that note, he said, "Be strong, be brave." I gave that message to Anastasia when 4 MPs from Ukraine came to our Senate and addressed our senators and told them of the horrors that their people are facing. Ireland and the Irish Senate has passed a resolution acknowledging the invasion of Ukraine as genocide. And finally, the people of Ukraine have been strong and have been brave. Ireland will stand with the people of Ukraine, Crimea, and the occupied territories in Ukraine, not just today, not just tomorrow, but until the war is won. Slava Ukraine.
Now the member of the Senate of Italy, Giulio Terzi de Sant'Agata. And I would like to say that we put him on the schedule in order for him to get his plane and go back safely to his home. Please, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is indeed an honor to attend this meeting, to represent the President of the Senate, Italian Senate, Honorable Ignazio La Russa, who has been taken in Rome due to the activity of the Parliament and the vote of confidence of the new installed Italian government. Let me express the congratulations and really admiration for convening this first parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform, and especially to commend the work and the hospitality of the Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, of the Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, and the Prime Minister of Croatia. I would like to stress the fact that Italy will continue to stand firm and unwavering in its support for Ukraine, in its support for its territorial integrity and for its sovereignty, for its independence and freedom, for the resilience and recovery in face of Russia's brutal aggression. I would like to underline in the strongest, clearest terms, Crimea is Ukraine. The Russian Federation's illegal occupation and annexation of Crimean Peninsula in March 2014 is an outright violation of essential principles of international law. Since then, Italy, together with international partners and allies, has been denouncing and condemning Crimea's illegal annexation in all possible occasions. We did that at the United Nations and in all relevant multilateral fora, upholding our common non-recognition policy and all the other related measures, especially the economic sanctions. Let me stress a deep concern for the unacceptable warning situation of human rights in the regions under Russian occupation. There is a multitude of shocking reports on inhuman, degrading treatments, abuses, tortures, violation of international laws perpetrated against the Crimean Tatar community. For years, we have been condemning Moscow's militarization of the peninsula, not only as a very serious breach of Ukraine's sovereignty, but also for its destabilizing impact on the security of the broad Black Sea region. And in fact, now, even more so than during the previous months, now Crimea's military facilities continue to serve Moscow's brutal and criminal attacks against the country, against Crimea, against its people and its infrastructure, and the massive bombing of civilians everywhere in the region. The situation has rapidly deteriorated with the shame referenda. We will never recognize them. But we have to also to take very clear in our mind that the fight against impunity for war crimes in Ukraine is another commitment we all have to take. And in this regard, I fully endorse those speakers, and especially Honorable Adamova, Speaker of the Czech Republic Parliament, House of Deputies. I endorse the speaker, this concept of the fight against impunity and taking action to make the International Criminal Court fully effective. Italy has just drafted a code of international crimes with the aim of properly adapting the domestic law to the Rome Statute. The draft code is now available to the Italian Parliament as an opportunity to introduce the principle of universal sovereignty. Universal sovereignty that each individual state, member state of the international community, can adopt in order to prosecute the war criminals and the responsible of acts of massive violation of international law concerning human rights. Mr. Chairman, as a conclusion, I would like to note and to express a consideration. The fight against impunity for war crimes in Ukraine is a challenge we all have to face. It is a challenge for our civilization. It is a matter of transition from violence to justice. It is the threshold from an archaic and obsolete barbaric world to a community regulated by law and by human rights. It is a truly critical step for our future. Our parliaments, therefore, must give an important signal to allow this transition from violence to justice. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you very much.
Honored to announce Speaker of the Seima of Latvia.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, it's really a great honor for me to participate in this historic summit together with all of you. It's evident that Russia has become a source of threat to peace and international order. Russia's tactics in Crimea are flagrant violations of international law and security. Latvia condemns Russia's occupation and illegal annexation of Crimea in violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. We equally condemn and we will never recognize the illegal annexation of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye and Kherson regions. The forced change in the demographic structure of population of Crimea is deeply alarming. It's a measure of an occupying regime once so well known to the Baltic states. Dear colleagues, As we remember, the Soviet Union deprived 3 Baltic states of their de facto statehood by occupying them. The United States and other democratic countries did not recognize the incorporation of Baltic states into the Soviet Union, what allowed us to maintain de jure statehood. We regained independence in 1991 after 50 years of occupation. Stalin's occupational regime was characterized by cruelty and all-encompassing lies. The present Russian regime is characterized by lies, greed, cruelty, brutality. Unfortunately, in Russia, once again, the authority is in the hands of brutes. The parallels between Stalin's and Putin's regimes are obvious. We politicians during the summit have to focus on putting an end to Russia's terror and speeding up a return of Crimea to Ukraine. Latvia is and will continue to be an active supporter of Crimean Platform. Latvia highly values the tireless work of Crimean Tatar community to inform about the current situation on the peninsula. My country is active in international organizations addressing human rights violations, restrictions on the freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, the freedom of religion, and educational rights, as well as militarization of peninsula, illegal detention, and imprisonment of citizens. Latvia's support to Ukraine has reached nearly 1% of GDP. It's very complex support: political, military, financial, humanitarian. We parliamentarians should encourage our governments to act in support of Ukraine, if necessary, even to put some pressure on them. Dear colleagues, I'd like to share with you 3 ideas. First one, which was mentioned by Mr. Stefanchuk. In Latvian Parliament, we have already established the Crimean Platform support group. It was in last year's May. The chairperson of this group is the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Richard Scholes, a member of our delegation. Colleagues, I kindly ask all of you to consider option to found such support groups in your parliaments to support idea of Crimean Platform. The second idea: we are parliamentarians, we are representatives of national parliaments, and it's of crucial importance that local or national parliaments are vocal in support of Ukraine. I mean, for instance, adopting declarations, adopting statements, adopting resolutions. It matters and it counts. It's a very clear signal to our societies, to our voters, to what is right and what is wrong. And it's a clear signal to international organizations as well. Our political activities must explain and must show to everyone deluded by Russian propaganda that the aim of Ukrainians is to liberate occupied territories and to establish peace. And I've said it for several times, and I will repeat it once more, that only a full Ukrainian victory and total defeat of Russia will guarantee lasting peace in Europe. And the third idea: it's shame that Russia, which violates Charter of United Nations, still obtains the seat of the permanent member of United Nations Security Council with veto rights. Also, it's very important to create a mechanism for using frozen assets of Russia for reconstruction of Ukraine. And Russia has to be held accountable for its war crimes and human rights violations in Ukraine, including atrocities committed in Crimea since 2014. Latvia supports the establishment of a special tribunal under the auspices of global or regional organization established by an international treaty. Ukraine will win, democracy will win. Slava Ukraini.
Hvala lijepa, a sada će govoriti za...
Thank you very much. And now we will hear Mr. Petar Čolinski from the Slovak Parliament.
Dear colleagues, I'm happy to be able to participate at this meeting, and I'd like to express our thanks and gratitude to our Croatian friends for their initiative and efforts put into organization of this organization. I'll try to be very brief because many things have been said today, and I can see that across Europe we do share similar point of view and we share the opinions. I personally come from eastern Slovakia, from a city which is only 50 kilometers from the Ukrainian city of Uzhhorod. During the first days of war, I have visited or have spent a couple of days working at the border with Ukraine as a volunteer, and I saw despair, I saw a fear of women and children fleeing from war, which rages in Europe in 21st century. We are a small country, but our citizens do have big hearts, and Slovakia has expressed a tremendous solidarity towards our Ukrainian friends, and we became temporary home for hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. We offered them jobs, we offered them food, we offered them shelter, we offered them everything we could possibly offer. The Republic of Slovakia, right from the outset, supports Ukraine. If you calculate it to the number of citizens, and we provide actually help to Ukraine. We also help Ukraine with all the tools that we have available, and as we can see, this help brings its results, and it is very, very important for all of us to continue and to provide more humanitarian, economic, military, and other types of support. On behalf of the National Council of the Slovak Republic, I can confirm that the position of our parliament is fundamental. We have repeatedly condemned Russian aggression. And this is also the case of our three top constitutional representatives. And on the meeting of the National Council in September, we have condemned the attempts of Russia to annex further territory. It is very important that we have gathered here in this number not only representatives of parliaments from European countries. The unjustified Russian aggression is not pertaining only to Europe, but it's pertaining to the entire world. It is unacceptable that a neighboring country attacks another country while trying to rob him of his territory, while brutally breaking or breaching the international rule. We have to stay very active, and us being the elected representatives of the people, we have to explain to our people what Russian aggression means. In Slovakia, similarly to other countries, there are numerous disinformation, which is actually followed by a significant part of the population. So that means we are in an information war. Ukraine is a sovereign country that is actually aspiring to become a member of the European Union, and the territorial sovereignty of which is, without any doubt, to be respected. Our solidarity can be actually will be provided further. Ukrainians will never stay alone in their just fight, and all of us together, we have to actually send a clear message to Russia. Ukraine is here, Europe is here, and everything will be Ukraine, and Crimea is Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine.
And now we will give the floor to the President of the Landtag of the Liechtenstein, Mr. Albert Frick.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, this summit is an important opportunity to reaffirm Liechtenstein's unwavering solidarity with Ukraine. We condemn the Russian aggression against Ukraine in the strongest terms possible. Ending it and ensuring full accountability for it must be our highest priority, both in the interest of peace and security and to safeguard the international order. Liechtenstein stands with Ukraine and has taken several national measures to support Ukraine. We will continue to transpose the restrictive measures of the European Union against Russia. We will continue to welcome Ukrainian refugees. We will continue to integrate Ukrainian children into our school system. And the Liechtenstein Parliament has increased the government's relevant humanitarian and development budget by 20%. Liechtenstein has been consistent in condemning the illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula, as well as the sham referenda in Russian-controlled areas of Ukraine. All these annexations are simply illegal. They cannot be considered as a free expression of the will of the people. In fact, they make a mockery of one of the key principles of the UN Charter, the right to self-determination. The recent vote in the UN General Assembly on 12 October 2022 serves as a stark reminder that the international community continues to be united with Ukraine and in opposition to Russia's aggression. We are witnessing the use of military force in its most crude and brutal form. As a long-standing supporter of the International Criminal Court, Liechtenstein has supported the referral of the situation in Ukraine to the ICC. We need to ensure accountability for the most serious crimes under international law. Excellencies, today's summit is a strong message of unity, and we are convinced that the Crimea Platform will continue to be a powerful platform. Let's stand on the right side of history. Let's stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would turn the floor to my colleague, Olena Kondratyuk, the Deputy Speaker of Ukraine. Olena, the floor is yours.
Дуже дякую. Давайте подякуємо.
Thank you very much. Let us thank the Deputy President of Željko Reiner, the Deputy President of the Croatian Sabor. It's a great honor for me to be a co-moderator with him, and I'd like to give the floor to Deputy Speaker of Lithuanian Parliament. A video from her, please.
I regret that I'm not able to be with you today in Zagreb to inaugurate the parliamentary dimension of the International Crimean Platform. But rest assured, my thoughts are with you, and I fully support this important initiative. The unprovoked Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, the temporary occupation of the Crimea and other Ukrainian territories, is an attack not only on Ukraine, but on the international community as a whole, and on values that lie at the heart of the Charter of the United Nations and other international instruments. Parliaments have a special role to play in safeguarding these values, not least because what is at stake is the credibility of parliaments themselves in our ability to provide a shield of democratic governance against autocratic attacks. The times and the challenges are of such magnitude that close coordination between legislative bodies across democracies is essential. It is precisely this lack of coordination that back in 2014 allowed the Kremlin to circumvent sanctions and actively contributed to Russian aggression today. With this in mind, I invite the leaders of the parliaments to learn from the past and work together in restoring justice and peace on Ukrainian terms. We can achieve a lot not only by coordinating our legislative moves, but also by maintaining the determination of our people not to give in to Russia in the strategic patience race. The Kremlin is betting that, come winter, our people will be affected by rising electricity prices and inflation, and consequently, the war against Ukraine will be overshadowed by other events. Let us show the Kremlin that it is another grave misjudgment, the likes of which we have seen over and over again since February the 24th. I see the following among the most important actions to help Ukraine and stop Russian aggression. First and foremost, there is an urgent need to provide Ukraine with advanced air defense systems capable of protecting people and critical civilian infrastructure. Secondly, the international community must ensure that those responsible for Russian crimes are brought to justice. We should support the International Criminal Court investigation into the Russian crimes in Ukraine and establishment of a special criminal tribunal for the crime of aggression. Third, a full-scale pressure on Russia must continue without any wavering. New sanctions and proper implementation of existing ones are critical. Fourth, Ukraine needs our immediate and long-term support for reconstruction. And last but not least, we should help Ukraine achieve its European and Euro-Atlantic integration goals as soon as possible. My and my compatriots' position is clear: to stand with Ukraine until the final victory. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Thank you. Let us thank Victoria and Deputy Speaker of the Sejm of Lithuania. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you, Paulus. Now we are moving on to the final block of our speeches, and we are doing that fast to finish in time. So I would like to invite Angelo Farrugia, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Malta, please.
First of all, allow me to apologize for not being able to be with you in Zagreb today due to parliamentary commitments related to the financial estimates for the coming year in Malta. On behalf of the Maltese Parliament, I welcome the convening of the first International Crimea Platform Parliamentary Summit. This is a clear recognition by the ICP of the role of national parliaments in addressing the war in Ukraine and the important role that parliamentary diplomacy has to play to complement the more traditional diplomacy. In this context, I would like to recall and reiterate the stand I took at the Assembly in the Inter-Parliamentary Union and also at the Conference of Speakers of the European Union Parliaments, namely that dialogue between the parties in this conflict is essential. I once more call on the members of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation to engage in such a dialogue. I am a strong believer that parliaments have the duty to facilitate this dialogue, including in the various inter-parliamentary fora in which our Assembly are active. This is what I said also to President Zelensky when he addressed the Maltese Parliament in May, and what I have also discussed with the first Deputy Speaker of the Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada when he visited Malta this June. As Parliament, we add our voice in reiterating our unwavering support to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We also reiterate our call on Russia to immediately stop the repressive measures in Crimea and the surrounding regions, measures which are a despicable detriment to society and human rights. We also reiterate the absolute condemnation of the unprovoked and unjustified war of Russia on Ukraine. This has brought immeasurable suffering to the people of Ukraine and well beyond. These actions are undermining most seriously the rules-based international order and are putting at great risk global security. We will continue to respect, to reject and condemn denounce the illegal annexation of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson and Zaporozhye by Russia following the sham referenda. These sham referenda are a blatant violation to Ukraine's sovereignty, the United Nations Charter, and the commonly agreed principles and commitments of the Helsinki Final Act and the Paris Charter. The fact that the Russian Federation is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council makes its actions even graver. Furthermore, we also condemn in the strongest possible terms the targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. This is a blatant violation of international humanitarian law and constitutes in itself a war crime. So Malta reiterates also its call for the accountability and the investigation of all alleged violations. Those responsible must be brought to justice. Ukraine will continue to require assistance, including humanitarian, macro-financial assistance, and fundraising. And we are determined to do our part in the European Union and international-led initiatives. It remains important that we remain united to address the long-term consequence of the war and also prepare for the time when meaningful reconstruction will be possible. Reconstruction in these areas is likely to be high, and it is vital that as much of it materializes before winter. With this in mind, we look forward to a successful outcome of the Reconstruction Conference in Berlin. I wish to conclude, Mr. Chairman, by reaffirming yet another time Malta's solidarity with Ukraine and with the Ukrainians, whom we are greatly value for their bravery and inspirational courage. We are also willing to support any efforts aimed at fostering a genuine process of dialogue and peace, which is much needed for this war to come to an end. Ukraine will not stand alone in this hour of need. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. А зараз до виступу я хочу запросити спікера.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Speaker of the country who became the candidate to the EU together with Ukraine. That's Igor Gross, President of the Parliament of Moldova.
Thank you, dear Elena. Dear colleagues, we have gathered here today to repeatedly condemn the aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine. That started 8 years ago with the annexation of Crimea Peninsula, as well as to express our firm support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is the 204th day of the war. There have been 8 months of continuous attack on Ukraine's cities, villages, and civil infrastructure, during which thousands of innocent people have been killed and millions of Ukrainians have been constrained to leave their home behind. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very first days of the invasion, Moldova joined the international community in condemning the war of Russia against Ukraine and demanded the immediate cessation of aggression. This war is an unprovoked attack on the neighbor and friend, Ukraine. Ukraine is today in the vanguard of the free world, fighting heroically for the security of the whole Europe and of the Republic of Moldova as well. Ukraine still needs our help. The consequences of the war extend far beyond Ukraine and the region, and the Republic of Moldova is not an exception. As a country with a population less than 3 million, we have provided shelter for more than 500,000 refugees fleeing war. Approximately 85,000 refugees choose to stay with us, and during this whole period there are 130 Ukrainian newborns who saw the light of the day in the maternity hospitals of the Republic of Moldova. This war has disrupted the logistic chains in the region, but we did not give up. Together with our colleagues from Ukraine, we relaunched in a record time the traffic on the Berezino-Basarabeasca railway section, by which the connection with Romanian ports is ensured. There is no doubt that Russia is deliberately attacking civil targets in Ukraine. These past days, missiles, drones, and artillery firings have been hitting office buildings, apartment blocks, energy infrastructure facilities, killing and injuring hundreds of people. Other hundreds of thousands remaining without electricity and drinking water. 3 of these missiles launched by Russia toward Ukraine violated the airspace of the Republic of Moldova, endangering as well civil aviation. This action is a blatant infringement of the sovereignty of our airspace and on the neutrality of the Republic of Moldova, committed by the Russian armed forces, which we are categorically condemning. Neutrality doesn't mean you don't have to define your airspace as well. More than that. When you have such a status, you especially need to pay more attention to this dimension, and we will pay this attention, especially because we have partners who help us become stronger, and one of the priorities is to develop the army. Despite all this, in order to be really neutral, we have been continuously asking for the withdrawal of Russian troops and ammunition from the territory of our country. Their presence in the Transnistria region being a fundamental violation of the neutrality and independence of our country. We have condemned and continue to condemn the annexation of Crimea, as well as the so-called recent referendums in the regions of Kherson, Zaporozhye, Donetsk and Lugansk of Ukraine. The Republic of Moldova does not recognize and will not recognize the attempt of illegal annexation by the Russian Federation of Ukraine territories. We reconfirm our firm support for the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized border. From this podium, I would like to express my admiration for all the Ukrainians for their courage, resistance and inner strength to continue this fight for their country, identity, justice and freedom. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Thank you, Ігор. До виступу запрошую голову парламенту Чорногорії.
ID Danilo Đurović, head of the Parliament of Montenegro. Danilo, the floor is
yours. Dear chairs, dear colleagues, allow me at the very beginning to greet you all and to declare my strong support to the idea of establishing the parliamentary dimension of International Crimea Platform. The war in Ukraine has rapidly turned into the biggest security crisis and humanitarian tragedy on the European soil since the World War II. The war does not threaten only Ukraine, but also the European and Euro-Atlantic security and this military conflict on the Ukrainian territory took on the elements of political and economic war of wider scope. I'm here today, first of all, to deliver a clear message that Montenegro stands firm with Ukrainian people. We have confirmed this in our parliament with the resolution condemning Russia's military aggressions against Ukraine. Also, let me underline that Montenegro has condemned the aggression in all international fora and joined the international community calls to Russia to immediately stop military attacks and withdraw its forces. Montenegro considers any form of aggression unacceptable and gives the full support to the independence, territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine with its international recognized borders. We fully support the presented text of the joint statement, thereby showing our willingness to work together with the allies and other friends countries to find a solution for Crimea and other territories of Ukraine that have been struck by Russian aggression in the last few months. Montenegro stands with people of Ukraine, and we will continue to send help and keep our doors open for Ukrainian refugees. Today, Montenegro is a shelter and a safe place for around 11,000 of Ukrainians, which is slightly less than 2% of our own total population. Dear friends, geopolitical orientation of Montenegro is clear and completely harmonized within common foreign and security policy of the EU. Thereby, Montenegro has joined all EU declarations and decisions against Russia over the situation in Ukraine, and we have actively implemented individual measures. We are supporting the setting of the Ukrainian reconstruction platform by the EU and express strategic interest in making efforts for the country rebuilding. Montenegro will support Ukrainian National Recovery Plan, which can be only achieved if we maintain the existing level of unity and continue to strengthen our diplomatic engagement. Montenegro thinks that is a moral obligation of international community members to help the reconstruction of Ukraine. I would like to express the readiness of my country to continue providing financial and material assistance to Ukraine in line with our modest capabilities. I sincerely hope that in the shortest time possible, with the support of international partners, Ukraine will have a perspective of a free and prosperous state, and that by joint endeavours we will continue to significantly improve our cooperation. In conclusion, dear friends, I would like to express my deepest regrets over the loss of lives, devastation, and the overall tragedy that befall Ukraine. Montenegro does not recognize, nor will ever recognize, the Russian attempts to annex the Ukrainian territories. Dear friends, I am very much looking forward to the second Parliamentary Summit International Crimea Platform held next year in Crimea. Thank you all, and živjela Ukraina!
Thank you so much, dear Daniela. Dear colleagues, ми мусимо трошки дотримуватися регламенту.
We need to stick to the schedule so we can proceed with the resolution. So I encourage to make sure that your addresses are no longer than 3 minutes. I welcome to watch the video message from Adriano Riran.
First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimean Platform. I am honoured to represent the New Zealand Parliament at this event today. New Zealand's Parliament is proud of its relationship with Ukraine, and on the 1st of March passed a unanimous motion condemning Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. also calling on Russia to cease all military operations in Ukraine and withdraw, and expressing New Zealand's strong support for Ukraine's people, its sovereignty and territorial integrity. All leaders of New Zealand's political parties addressed the House to express their horror at Russia's aggression and to express their solidarity with the people of Ukraine. New Zealanders continue to closely follow events in Ukraine, writing to their elected representatives and ministers to express their concern. New Zealand is appalled by the latest missile attacks by Russia targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure in cities across Ukraine. The Crimea Platform provides us with an important opportunity to continue to use our collective voice to hold Russia to account for its actions and to convey the strength of international solidarity with the people of Ukraine. New Zealand has condemned Russia's attempt at illegal annexation of temporarily occupied territories in eastern and southern Ukraine this year, as we did in response to Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. Attempts to annex these regions are a further act of aggression by Russia in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and in flagrant breach of international law. New Zealand does not recognise any attempt to change Ukraine's borders. Russia's purported annexation of these regions in Ukraine has no basis in law. New Zealand stands with Ukraine in complete solidarity for its sovereignty and territorial integrity. No matter a country's size, wealth, or power, its borders are sovereign, and unilateral military aggression to settle disputes directly contravenes the UN Charter. New Zealand has sanctioned more than 1,000 Russian and Belarusian individuals and entities and imposed substantial trade restrictions. New Zealand has also provided humanitarian assistance and a special visa for family members of our Ukrainian community wishing to enter New Zealand. New Zealand is supporting Ukraine's ability to defend itself. Early in the invasion, New Zealand deployed Defence Force personnel and assets to support Ukraine's response, and this work continues. New Zealand is also making significant contributions to the international legal effort to hold Russia accountable, including by joining Ukraine's case against Russia at the International Court of Justice and by supporting the International Criminal Court to investigate war crimes in Ukraine. In July, New Zealanders had the opportunity to hear about the situation in Ukraine firsthand from Ukrainian MPs through a webinar in conversation with 3 Ukrainian MPs. The conversation involved MPs from across New Zealand's Parliament. Parliament has shown its solidarity with our colleagues in Ukraine by flying the Ukraine flag at Parliament and unveiling a special piece of artwork in our public areas. This artwork was gifted to Parliament by New Zealand's Ukrainian community in 2016. We are proud to display this artwork in our Parliament to symbolise our support for Ukraine. New Zealand is also part of multiple interparliamentary organisations, including the Interparliamentary Union. The Interparliamentary Union has expressed their solidarity with Ukraine and condemned the actions of the Russian Federation. Although New Zealand is distant geographically, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine, and we wish the people of Ukraine all the very best for the future. Nō reira, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Я в свою чергу запрошую до виступу спікера.
I would like to invite the Speaker of Parliament of Northern Macedonia.
Distinguished friends, during my visit to Ukraine in April this year, deeply disturbed by the numbers of lost lives, devastated infrastructure, and the entrance of Ukraine in the overall different dimension of existence, I have committed myself that I should invest all my power to provide assistance, but I did not even thought for a moment that we shall reach this phase of escalation. The Republic of North Macedonia has adopted the declaration condemning the military attacks jeopardizing the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine in May. In addition, we have joined all resolutions and initiatives requesting Russia to terminate violence in Ukraine and to withdraw its army. And we have also joined all European Union's restrictive measures and sanctions towards the Russian Federation. This was done by the whole democratic world, since this is in line with what we believe in and what we behest our future generations with. Nevertheless, the occupation continued, spread with new and even more destructive shapes to devastate the order we all know, respect and protect. I cannot accept that the world, that all of us, have failed to prevent the occupying, non-democratic and inhumane behavior of the Russian Federation towards Ukraine in these times of civilized and progressive world. A world which has seen so much, has suffered extensively, and one might think that the lesson is learned. But unfortunately, it is not. Hence, may the promotion of the parliamentary dimension of the International Crimea Platform, which will complete its architecture, be another testimony for the unity of the international community in defense of the international law, defining that Crimea is Ukraine. The formula remains unchanged. The occupation of Crimea is of great importance not only for Ukraine, but for the whole Europe, for the regional security, but also for the stability as well as the global security. The International Crimea Platform, aiming to increase the effectiveness of the international reply to the current occupation of Crimea and other parts of Ukraine, is a joint effort to stand on the path of the growing security threats whose tendencies to spread demolishing scales. In addition, the platform confirms the solidarity among the members of the European Union and NATO. This is a message from the democratic world against the violently imposed Russian order and a strong message that the international law, inviolability of the internationally recognized borders and our joint values, the fundamental human rights and freedoms must be and will be protected. Distinguished, I would like to loudly reiterate what I have said during my visit in Kiev, primarily as humans and institutions, as states. We all gathered here as participants in the First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform, stand strongly on the side of Ukraine, Ukrainian people and its institutions in defending the territorial integrity and sovereignty. We solidarize with them and demonstrate our determination to continue our support for Ukraine through political, economic, humanitarian, security assistance until the freedom of Ukraine and Ukrainians becomes reality. Slava Ukraini.
І я до виступу запрошую президента парламенту Стортингу Королівства Норвегія, пана Масуда Гар.
I'd like to give the floor to representative of Norway, Masud Gharahkhani.
Opportunity to address this hugely important summit. What happened in Crimea 8 years ago was a stark warning of what was to come. Russia's brutal war of aggression against a peaceful neighbor is shocking. We have even seen the Crimea scenario repeated. On the 30th of September, Russia unilaterally annexed 4 new regions of Ukraine. The sham referendums and the Annexation Act have no legal value. This is a totally unacceptable violation of international law. Russia's human rights abuses in Crimea were also a warning. After visiting Bucha and Irpin on the 8th of May, it became very clearly to me personally that this is a war between freedom and tyranny. Today we again see that Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities are under brutal attacks, further worsening the humanitarian situation. Quite simply, this war is not only about Ukraine, it is about all of Europe and the democratic future of our continent. As parliamentarians, we should use every opportunity to give a clear message that we cannot afford to leave Ukraine alone. For many years after the 2014, the Norwegian Parliament worked closely with the Verkhovna Rada, aiming to support Ukraine's democratic reform process. We should all ask ourselves how we could help Ukraine defend and strengthen its democracy when the war is over. We are deeply impressed by the resilience of Ukrainians in the face of a materially superior aggressor. Russia has also underestimated the unity in Europe. Last week's resolution from the UN General Assembly proved that an overwhelming majority of the world's countries share our stance. The message from today's summit is that our resolve remains strong. As our government has stated, Norway will keep contributing to this unity. We have provided substantial support to Ukraine, including arms deliveries. For this year and next year, our government plans to allocate €1 billion for Ukraine. We will keep demanding that Russia end its war and its occupation of Ukrainian territory, including Crimea, because Crimea is Ukraine. In a world where authoritarian regimes come together, allies and friends must stand up for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in Europe and in the world. Thank you for the attention, and Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава, thank you so much.
Now I would like to give the floor to the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Madam Margareta Sederfeld.
Madam Speaker, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our presence here in Zagreb today is yet another expression of our full united solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Many of us have also offered support by visiting Ukraine in these trying times. In Kyiv and its surrounding, in Bucha, in Irpin, in Borodyanka, we have seen with our own eyes the horror brought upon by Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression. And I must say, the 24th of February, OSCE EPA held its first winter meeting after the COVID, when the war broke out. And my dear colleague, the head of the Ukrainian delegation, Mikita Potorayev, spoke out when he said that now, when the meeting was over, he was going back home to Ukraine to defend his country. It was a moment when all of us, all his colleagues in OSCE EPA were affected. We were going back home to our families, to our nice dinner table. Mikita was going back home to defend his country. And every day in OSCE EPA, I and my colleagues, we share the suffering of millions of Ukrainians targeted by indiscriminate attacks by Russia. Since 2014, OSCE EPA have denounced Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea as a clear, gross and uncorrected violation of the Helsinki Final Act. We have remained steadfast in our support for Ukraine and its independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within the international recognized borders. Our latest declaration, adopted in July, the Birmingham Declaration, condemns in the strongest terms the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. As the Russian Federation persists in its gross violations of international law and in its attacks against the human rights and fundamental freedoms of the people of Ukraine, our international community must remain united and resolved. We have to continue to call for Russia's unconditional withdrawal from Ukraine. We have to call for Russia to respect Ukraine's integrity. And we must continue to support Ukrainians, those under the front lines, and those who have sought shelter in our countries. And we must continue to make clear that full respect for international law and compliance with the international commitments are the only way to build long-lasting peace in Europe. Regardless of party politics, our members from all countries across the OSCE region will continue to defend our shared values in your parliaments and with your governments. OSCE PA will support a full accounting of all war crimes and crimes against humanity. And we will, inside OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, continue to promote conflict mediation. But this means that the mediation, it can only be done if all parts, and by this I mean Russia, respect shared values and commitments inside OSCE region. But I would also say that tomorrow we inside OSCE PA are ready to assist Ukraine in rebuilding a strong, prosperous Ukraine with respect for its international recognized borders. And I say thank you for your attention, and Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you, madam.
Now I would like to give the floor to Marshal of the Senate of Poland, Mr. Tomasz Grodzki, please.
And Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, today, cooperation in the international format of the Crimea Platform has to be considered in a new international context, that of the full-scale war that Russia started in Ukraine. In this regard, I recognize 4 priority areas of parliamentarians' activity to achieve the goals of the Crimea Platform. Our first shared responsibility is to convince those as yet unconvinced that only by solidarity in support of Ukraine and by demonstrating to Putin that he made a great mistake and committed crime will stop this aggression. In Europe and in the world, there are many, including politicians, who are not or do not want to be aware of this. Using our parliamentary mandate, we should convince our counterparts, but also the citizens of our countries, that the complete ousting of the aggressor from the territory of Ukraine is the only right way to achieve long-term peace in the region. In Poland, a country neighboring both Ukraine and Russia, hardly anyone needs to be explained this. Our historical experience indicates that Putin cannot be allowed to act according to the saying, the more you have, the more you want. Let me remind that in 1938, Hitler publicly declared that the Sudeten Mountain or Sudetenland was his last territorial demand. We all know what happened next. As representatives of the international community that values peace and follows the developments in Ukraine, we are aware that at this stage, words alone are not longer enough. Actions are needed to strengthen the Ukraine defense capabilities. An equally important area of our parliamentary activity regarding Ukraine should therefore be to call on the governments of our countries to provide Ukraine with adequate, permanent, strong, military, humanitarian
political and financial support, and for parliaments to monitor on an ongoing basis the degree of commitment of governments in this area. Another area of our parliamentary involvement should be to ensure that the Russian atrocities in Ukraine are held to account and that their perpetrators are brought to justice. This issue must never be erased, and for this reason it's extremely important to maintain a tough common sanctions policy towards Russia. Without pressure, it will be difficult to bring the criminals, whatever their rank, to account and punish them. The fourth issue I would like to draw your attention is the question of future cooperation with Russia. I will summarize this in 3 words: no more delusions. Even if Russia ceases hostilities, this will not change the imperialist, aggressive mentality of the members of Russian terrorist regime. It's time to reject both the delusions the world held since 2008, when the Russians invaded Georgia, under the pretexts of defending their own citizens, and those it succumbed to in 2014, when Russia seized Crimea and created pseudo-republics. The days of cooperating with Russia the old way are over, and this is a conclusion we should all accept for the sake of the sustainability of international security for incoming decades. Thank you for your attention. Slava.
Thank you very much. And I'm really happy to give the floor to the President of the Senate of Romania, Madam Alina Stefania Gorghiu.
A true honor to be here today. The International Crimea Platform's objective is to unite us in the face of the greatest threat of all, violations of the international law. We believe in the values that are the foundation of the current rule-based order. Therefore, even in the chaos of war, there must be accountability. The atrocities committed by Russian troops on Ukrainian territory are war crimes. Romania supports all efforts at the International Criminal Court so that those responsible will pay. This behavior must not go unpunished. What happened at the end of this September, the so-called referenda held in the occupied regions of Ukraine, was a vivid reminder of the injustice that happened in Crimea back in 2014. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council should act like a guardian of peace and security in the world, not like a collector of the violation of international law. We continue to firmly condemn all of Russia's coward reactions to Ukraine's successful counteroffensive. I mean all Russian missiles attacks after October 10. For those who have been robbed of their homes in Ukraine, my country has provided refuge. Over 2.6 million Ukrainian refugees have entered Romania. We have offered assistance under many and various forms, responding to Ukraine's needs. We have also provided economic support. Over 5.2 million tons of grains have passed through our ports at the Black Sea. Ladies and gentlemen, national parliaments can do much more. This summit recognizes this reality. Despite the war, we need to speak about the future. In these moments, another important conference on the recovery of Ukraine takes place in Berlin. Romania will contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine. We have to bring Ukraine closer to the European Union, and I commend the European Council's decision to grant Ukraine candidate status. The fact that we are all here today speaks to one truth. In times of crisis, instead of division, we embrace unity and solidarity to overcome challenges. We must stand by Ukraine. Ukraine must win. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Lina.
I would like to invite the head of the Urška Klakočar, President of the National Assembly of Slovenia. Pani Urška, you're welcome.
Esteemed colleagues, first, let me express my sincere condolences to everyone who has lost relatives, friends, and acquaintances to this brutal war. I would also like to express my support for Ukrainian struggle to maintain sovereignty and territorial integrity. I'm at loss of words when I think of the horrors being committed in the 21st century Europe and their terrible dimensions affecting those most vulnerable, especially children. I welcome today's First Parliamentary Summit. I am a firm believer in the importance of parliamentary diplomacy and open dialogue between parliaments. Dialogue is an essential factor in maintaining unity at all levels. The European Union's response to the outbreak of war has shown leadership in the international community, and its unified and incisive call to action was met by surprise by many. However, harder times are on the horizon for both European citizens and the citizens of countries we are representing here today. Countries which have enjoyed relative prosperity and peace in the past decades. I am happy that Europe and the world have shown so much solidarity with the Ukrainian people, proof that humanity knows no borders. We are always first and foremost people. And yet it will be very important and a challenge how we approach our citizens in the near future and ask for their continued support for the present unified response of the international community. It is here that members of the parliaments can play one of the most crucial roles. We can help our citizens with whom we come into contact in daily life to continue to understand that Ukraine is also bleeding for Europe, as well as every other country dedicated to democracy, the rule of law, and the respect for human rights. We can help them understand why sticking to non-recognition policy, addressing human rights violations, and the economic and environmental consequences of the war in Ukraine must remain high on the international agenda. The proposed joint declaration is, in my opinion, a step in the right direction. It is important we continue to emphasize the role parliaments can play in helping to shape the international agenda and in providing support for decisions and activities adopted at other levels, particularly decisions adopted at the national and EU level, as well as by international organizations and institutions. In the coming times, we must above all remember that our role is also to communicate important and above all understandable messages to our voters who entrusted us with the mandate to make decisions. Dear colleagues from Ukraine, dear friends, please accept my best wishes to you and your people, and my wish to restore Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. Dear friends, stay strong in your struggle. As today's discussion clearly shows, you are not alone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ksenia. Thank you, Madam Urška.
Dear colleagues, I would like to watch the video address our friendly country and the President of the Congress of Deputies from Spain. Шановні
Dear Speaker Jandrokovic, dear speakers, dear colleagues, let me commend the Radas and the Parliament of Croatia's initiative to promote this summit of speakers within the framework of the International Crimea Platform. Spain condemns in the strongest possible terms the unjustified aggression of Russia against Ukraine. We condemn the extremely grave violations of human rights perpetrated in the territory occupied by the Russian army. And we condemn the indiscriminate attacks against civil population in Kiev and other towns of these recent days. Russia has breached essential rules and principles of international law and enshrined in the United Nations Charter, particularly those regarding respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia's actions are seriously damaging international order, global security, and economy in ways that harm all countries. Spain has condemned as well, in the strongest possible terms, Russia's attempts to illegally annex part of the Ukrainian territory. In particular, we have firmly rejected that illegal sham voting organized at the end of September in the territories occupied by Russia. Spain rejects all actions or decisions which have been taken by Russian authorities with a view to illegally annexing the said territories. Our country's stance regarding Crimea is clear. We defend Ukraine's territorial integrity and its sovereignty in all its territory within its internationally recognized borders, including the peninsula of Crimea. We demand that Russia put an end to the occupation of the peninsula and for the latter to be back under Ukraine's control. Dear colleagues, since the Russian troops illegally entered the territory of Ukraine, thus causing this illegal and unfair war, we have admired the courage and determination shown by the Ukrainian people in the defense of their country. Spain will continue to support the Ukrainian people in all fields in their fight for freedom. The resolution recently adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations on Ukrainians' territorial integrity, approved by 143 votes in favor and only 5 against, resoundingly conveys the unanimous nature of the defense of the international order unfairly breached by Russia. Faced to Russia's illegal ambitions, European countries and all countries committed to freedom, democracy and peace must uphold our best weapon, unity. Unity in the defense of our common values faced to those who attack them on Ukrainian soil. I'm fully convinced that this summit shall contribute to keeping and strengthening this unity in favor of a free, sovereign and peaceful Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Speaker Stefanchuk.
Muchas gracias. Запрошую до виступу.
I'd like to invite the head of Mr. Andreas Norman from Speaker of the Parliament. Шановні колеги, я хотів би подякувати
Croatia for organizing this event on such a crucial topic, crucial for Ukraine and crucial for all of us. This conference confirmed the vital role our parliaments have to play in preserving our democratic systems and societies. Our parliaments are simply the foremost symbols of democracy, but they should also be the foremost champions and defenders of democracy. Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine shows what can happen when a semi-democracy is slowly transformed into an authoritarian and totalitarian system, namely war. We, as leading representatives of our parliaments, should work together and support each other in upholding and strengthening our democratic processes. This is even more important in times when we are witnessing democracy in decline in many parts of the world, and when democracy and human rights are under threat from authoritarian and totalitarian rulers. Regarding Ukraine, Crimea, and Russia's illegal full-scale war, I can, as Speaker of the Swedish Parliament, confirm our strong support for Ukraine, strong in all parties represented in our Parliament. I would also like to quote the words of Sweden's former Prime Minister, Magdalena Andersson, at the Crimea Platform Summit in August. Sweden will continue its steadfast support to Ukraine. The stronger Ukraine is, the safer the rest of us are. Since then, we've had elections and a change of government in Sweden. However, one thing that has not changed is Sweden's strong support for Ukraine. I also quote the new Prime Minister, Ulf Kristersson, who said in his statement of government policy delivered in the Riksdag last week, "We must provide as much support as possible to war-torn Ukraine, politically, economically, and in terms of security. A long-term and cohesive program for civilian reconstruction and military support will be developed." Ladies and gentlemen, by quoting both Prime Ministers and underlining the support for Ukraine in our Parliament, the message I bring from the Swedish Parliament is strong and clear. We stand for freedom, democracy, and a rules-based international order. This means that we stand firmly behind Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you so much.
I would like to invite the President of the National Council of Switzerland, Ms. Elena Kalin.
Colleagues, on behalf of the Swiss Parliament, I would like to thank Ukraine and Croatia for holding this first parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform, because this summit sends out an important signal in very difficult times. In view of the immeasurable suffering caused by Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, it is a signal to the aggressor that Ukraine is not alone, that the overwhelming majority of free and democratic nations stand with Ukraine, and that we vigorously condemn this aggression. That we gather here together as parliamentarians, as representatives of the people, is also a sign, because in this way we express the solidarity of our people with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. This platform is now more important than ever. More than 8 years ago, Russia annexed Crimea in a clear violation of international law. With hindsight, it is clear that this annexion was not an isolated incident, but the first phase of a larger, brutal plan. The illegal annexation and militarization of Crimea was a precursor to the full-scale military aggression against Ukraine. Today, Russia is using Crimea as a base from which to launch military attacks on the rest of the country. There is a direct link between the occupation of Crimea and the threat to Ukraine's continued existence as a sovereign, democratic, and independent state. The people of Crimea have suffered a double blow. First, the illegal annexion 8 years ago, as well as the worsening of the human rights situation, and now the full-scale aggression against Ukraine, accompanied by a further restriction of fundamental freedoms, the recent imposition of martial law, and the forced recruitment of Crimean residents by the Russian army. Dear colleagues, when I visited Kiev in April, Ruslan told me, "We are directly elected by the people. When you and I speak together, it is as if the Ukrainian and the Swiss were speaking directly to each other." That is what our meeting is about. Today in Zagreb, we, as representatives of our people, are demonstrating that we continue to stand by the people of Ukraine, and that we fight together for our fundamental and common values: democracy, justice, peace, and human rights. Switzerland's support for Ukraine, Crimea, is unwavering. Crimea is Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you so much, dear Irene. Нас залишилося.
We have few addresses. Let's be patient. I'd like to invite Vice President of the Senate of the Czech Republic, Jitka Sietlova.
Vaše excelence, dámy a pánové, přijměte moje pozdravení jménem Senátu Parlamentu České republiky poděkování za tuto platformu a organizaci.
Your Excellencies, allow me to address you on behalf of the Senate and convey greetings from the Senate President, Mr. Miloš Vystrčil, who was actually one of those who helped to co-found this platform. He defended his mandate in the recent elections. However, he's still not entitled to perform his mandate, so that's why I'm representing him here today. The situation has changed fundamentally since last year's summit. The shameful, unprovoked attack on Ukraine by the Russian regime, and let us not be afraid to say the Russian fascist regime, has definitely changed the West's view of the situation in a country that borders with 4 EU member states. As it's been already said, the defenders of freedom and unity are the victors. The Spanish-American philosopher George Santayana said that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. We in the Czech Republic, we have been occupied twice in the last century. In the current situation, we find clear parallels with our history in the current situation. Allow me a few words to this history. In the autumn of 1938, under the Munich Agreement, the Czechs were expelled from large border areas of their country. The then allies of ours did not support the independence, sovereignty, and inviolability of the territory of Czechoslovakia and allowed the aggressive occupation of the country by the Nazis. They did not save anything, anyway. First, it was the borders. 6 months later, the occupation of the entire Czechoslovakia. Another half year later, the World War II began. In 1968, the democratization attempts in Czechoslovakia was terminated by the invasion of the Warsaw Pact troops led by the Soviet Union, and it actually endured for 30 years. So this is a historical parallel that we need to take into consideration with respect to what's been said, with respect to the responsibility that we all share. Ukraine has been heroically and successfully defending itself against superior numbers of Russian troops for 9 months. This would not have been possible without the united and strong support of the countries of the democratic world and sustained pressure on Russia, who, unlike Germany, who has become one of the democratic pillars in the Union and still is using an aggressive imperial policy. The Czech Senate has been following the situation in Ukraine intensively. Its representatives were among the first to visit not only Kiev, but also the sites of Russian war crimes such as Bucha and Irpin. The latest in a series of Senate resolutions on Russian aggression and support for Ukraine strongly condemned the massive missile attacks against civilian targets, the mobilization of sham referenda held in the territory of the sovereign state of Ukraine. The Czech Republic respects international law and will always enforce it. And that is why, in the context of our historical experience, we are among the determined supporters of Ukraine. That is why we have already granted temporary protection to almost 500,000 refugees from Ukraine. And that is why we will continue to provide political, humanitarian, and military support to Ukraine. With the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU lasting until the end of this year, the Parliament of the Czech Republic will host a regular EU Speakers Conference in April 2023. Whatever the situation in Ukraine, and we will all hope that by then the war will be over and Ukrainian civilians, including women and children, will not be targeted by cowardly Russian missile attacks. We are determined to invite representatives of the Ukrainian parliament to this conference with Ukraine being its main topic. Crimea is Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech. And I would like to give the floor to the first deputy of the Parliament of the National Parliament of Finland, Antti Rinne, please.
I'm honored to represent the Parliament of Finland at this First Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. I'm grateful to our Croatian host for making this success and to our Ukrainian colleagues for making the difficult journey to be here with us today. I thank you and your people for your bravery and determination in defending your nation and the values that the rule-based international order is built upon. Ukraine has showed us the unity makes us stronger. The world shall stand united in support of Ukraine as long as it takes. Finland stands firm in its support for the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine, its territorial integrity and its international recognized borders. Russia's dangerous and unacceptable nuclear blackmail will not change this position. Neither will we ever accept any sham referenda or attempts to illegally annex Ukrainian territory. Finland supports the international effort to regain the territorial integrity of Ukraine. In our review of all Ukrainians, including the Tatar community, must enjoy their full right to self-determination. In hindsight, we should have been much firmer after the illegal annexion of Crimea, because now we know what Putin's plan was all along. Russia will not get away with this war. It must be held accountable for its serious breaches of the international law, violation of human rights and humanitarian law, including the events of Bucha and Izium. Victims need all necessary support, and Finland supports the International Crime Court investigation, including financial support and sending experts. I want to assure our Ukrainian friends that Finland will continue to support Ukraine with humanitarian development, material and military aid as long as necessary. We will continue to stand behind the EU sanctions regime against Russia, and we stand ready to participate in the reconstruction of Ukraine when that time comes. Finland also strongly supports you on your road to become a member of the European Union and the reforms that you have committed to. Together we are stronger. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you so much.
Dear colleagues, we have just a few speeches before the end, so please now let's watch the video of an address by Marta Matrai, the First Officer of the National Assembly of Hungary.
Distinguished speakers, esteemed fellow MPs, Hungary continues to stand up for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We do not recognize the results of the referendum held in the occupied Ukrainian territories, nor the annexation of Ukrainian territories. We join our EU and NATO allies in condemning Russia's military aggression. As a country that borders with Ukraine, we are extremely concerned about the situation in our neighborhood. We agree that the war cannot be the solution to any conflict situation. Hungary supports all efforts aimed at starting a meaningful dialogue between the parties. In the absence of peace talks, the humanitarian situation in Ukraine may deteriorate significantly in the coming period. Any action that prolongs the war will contribute to an escalation of the crisis. Negotiations are essential in order to end the totally pointless suffering of millions of people. Hungary has launched an unprecedented humanitarian aid operation in response to the crisis in Ukraine. Working closely with the Hungarian Interchurch Aid, the government is providing significant resources and regular aid deliveries to improve the situation of people in Ukraine. Besides this, we also provide ongoing care for the approximately 1.5 million refugees arriving in Hungary. Furthermore, Hungary was the first country to send aid to Bucha. Beyond political statements, we are also helping Ukraine with tangible activities. In this spirit, Hungary has offered to help facilitate the Ukrainian grain trade. Our country was among the first to recognize the independent Ukraine and has always been committed and consistent in its support to Ukraine, to Ukraine's European integration. We were strong supporters of candidate status for the country. EU membership is conditional on the protection of minorities and respect for the rights. Accordingly, we expect Ukraine to respect the rights of persons belonging to national minorities, including educational and linguistic rights, in accordance with international standards and obligations, so that it can join our community of values as soon as possible. Hungary also intends to contribute significant resources to the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. We have expressed our intent to participate in the reconstruction of a destroyed school and hospital, to provide mobile homes for internally displaced persons in Ukraine, to provide care for injured Ukrainian soldiers in our hospitals without limiting their number. And as another example of our solidarity, we hosted more than 7,000 children and their relatives for holidays during the summer in 2022. We are mainly hosting children of parents who have served in the war. Ukraine and the Ukrainian people can continue to count on our country's support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to the first Deputy of the Iceland Parliament, Madam Odni Hardadottir. The floor is yours. Welcome.
When we thought at the beginning of this year that our focus and joint effort would be getting back on track after COVID, Russia, with its brutal attack on Ukraine, reminded us how much we take for granted and how important it is for us all to show solidarity with one another. Iceland has made it clear that it stands in full solidarity with its alliance in supporting Ukraine and aligns itself completely with all EU sanctions against Russia. Being a non-military nation, Iceland has mostly provided humanitarian support to Ukraine. Still, Iceland has provided cargo airlifts of weaponry to Ukraine for states willing to donate weapons but lacking transportation capability. Iceland has, in addition, allocated funds to the UN and the International Red Cross. Furthermore, Iceland has contributed to the World Bank's plan for Ukraine and to NATO's Trust Fund for Ukraine. Iceland has so far welcomed over 1,800 Ukrainian refugees since the beginning of the war. This is considerable considering that the country's population of 360,000. The Icelandic population wholeheartedly support Ukraine. A good example is a group of Icelandic women who have knitted thousands of socks from Icelandic wool for Ukrainian soldiers to keep warm in the winters. Icelandic companies have shown their support as well. One of those is Össur, which has provided Ukrainian amputees with prosthetic devices and trained clinical experts from Ukraine. Recently, horrible truth has come to light of mass murders, abuse, and torture of Ukrainians. War crimes are taking place in Ukraine, and we cannot look in the other way whilst the Ukrainians are fighting a great cost for our values. It is our duty to do everything in our power to help the people of Ukraine win this war. And after the war has ended, it will be our duty to help rebuild Ukraine. I can assure you that Iceland will continue to show full solidarity with the Ukrainian people in every way possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam.
And I would like to give the floor to the Vice President of the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of Romania, please.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my intervention will be very brief because all the speakers said in different words or in the same words two ideas. One, that Crimea, Donetsk, Zaporozhia, Kherson and Lugansk are Crimea and it should be for the future as in the past. And the second idea, we are all side by side with the Ukrainian people. I live less than 100 miles from the Ukrainian border, and now I will make a little confess. In the night of 26 February, I crossed the Ukrainian border with 10 buses and managed to pass safely more than 1,000 women and children. I saw the despair, I saw the tears, I saw the sadness in their eyes, and for me and my country is only one way, to support you in any way, our neighbors, you, Olena, all the Ukrainian people. And I'm sure that my colleagues from Polish Parliament, from Moldova, from Slovakia, knows what I mean. So far, more than 25 million Ukrainian refugees passed throughout Romania, and all who want to stay are most welcome. So far, more than 5.2 million tons of grain were exported throughout Romanian ports. So far, more than 50 European from all of your countries' transports passed through Suceava hub. I will keep this drawing not as a gift, but as a sign of remember what are the children of Ukraine are suffering, and I hope that this war will very, very shortly over. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, dear Daniel. І до виступу запрошую
I'd like to invite Deputy Head of the Lower Chamber of Ireland, Mr. Charles Flavaton.
From the Speaker of the Irish Parliament, Sean Farrell, who is unable to be with us. Let me strongly support our parliamentary colleagues around the table who have formally declared Russia to be a terrorist regime. Let me strongly endorse the earlier contribution of the Speaker of the Czech Parliament, Amadova. Indeed, the Russian war of aggression in Crimea and across Ukraine clearly shows that energy strategy is key to Russian foreign and military policy. The occupation of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, the missile attacks on civilian energy facilities, together with ongoing oil and gas blackmail of European states, much more than economic targets, but are part of a bigger plan to smash EU solidarity and support for Ukraine, bolster Russian influence in Europe. Indeed, potential Western energy targets are many. The Atlantic fiber optic communication system, which connects North America to Europe, is a potential target for Russian sabotage. strategy. It would have huge catastrophic effects for Europe and all of us. The underwater Baltic Sea infrastructure, which is essential to energy and information exchange between our Nordic and Baltic colleagues, is a target. Indeed, vulnerable nuclear power facilities in the Nordic and Baltic region must be guarded and protected. Poland's oil infrastructure is vulnerable, as are thermal power plants in the region. Our European power grid can be subject to massive disruption from Russian aggression. Russia has always sought to undermine the energy infrastructure of the European Union and Eastern Europe. Indeed, the principle of whoever owns the pipeline mainstream controls upstream and downstream is very much in evidence. Russia has focused on gaining control over European companies acquiring shares in European gas companies and distribution networks. This is a wake-up call for all Democrats. We must be aware of the daily dangers before us. As parliamentarians, we are the voice of the people, so it's great to see the parliamentary dimension and solidarity so evident here in Croatia. Indeed, it's essential that all of our national parliaments round the table adopt firm and unwavering resolutions in our national parliaments condemning the atrocities and aggression of Russia in Ukraine. I very much welcome this parliamentary engagement. I say thank you to Croatia. I say Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you so much, Mr. Flavatan. І до виступу запрошую члена
To invite the member of the parliament, of the deputy chair of the Committee of Foreign Affairs, Luxembourg, Claude Wiesler, deputy chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
I'm honored to be here today and to meet you all. Like in all other countries represented here at this conference, the Luxembourgish Parliament has condemned vigorously the illegal Russian attack on Ukraine, the attempted destruction of a sovereign nation, of a free and democratic country. We are deeply dismayed by the recent attacks on civilian targets. We admire the strength and the courage of a whole population fighting not only for their freedom, for their rights, but also for the rights and values of us all. The Luxembourgish Parliament made its position clear and in a very strong condemnation and supported our government in deciding on sanctions, in sending arms, and in pushing for more sanctions. I am here as a member of opposition, but representing today a very large majority of the Luxembourgish Parliament. That means that our support goes far over the political borders in our country and will last whatever happens in the next year. And we need stability in our relationship because our task is a long one. It means first winning the war and freeing Ukraine, all of Ukraine, including Crimea. Secondly, bringing the responsible of war crimes to justice. Third, building up Ukraine again. Fourth, winning the war against disinformation. And five, helping Ukraine to get ready to join the European Union as soon as possible. Our engagement is not just a one-day engagement. It is going to last over the years until all these goals are achieved. Ukraine can count on us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the last speaker...
I zadnji govornik prije najave rezolucije, odnosno zajedničke izjave,
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, while we meet in this important gathering, Ukraine is fighting for its life and freedom. And it's fighting for us all as well. and for those we represent. As for all who believe that the world, increasingly ruled by law, is a much better world and an irreversible achievement of civilization. Because our values are the values of civilization, values that we have to protect against all aggressors and bullies who dream with historical regression, a revisionist return to the worst of our past. We reject power politics and the return to a cynical and anarchic international order based on arguments of spheres of influence. When the Russian armed forces violated the integrity of Ukraine, something else was violated: legality and decency, reversing 70 years of efforts to create a new world based on rules learned painfully after centuries of tragic wars and sufferings in our sacrificed continent of Europe. Here today, we express our support to Ukraine, that is fighting the good fight so that a decent world based on values and not on brute force may prevail. Viva Ukraine!
Героям слава!
Dear colleagues, before switching to the final stage of our meeting, I would like to first of all thank all the countries and all the capitals that have taken part in development, preparation, amending and adopting the main document of our platform. However, now I would like to give the floor for the presentation of this draft and to say a few words about the story of personal life in Crimea to the representative of Crimea, the First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Emine Japarova. Please.
Saygılı dostlar, шановні друзі. I indeed have a very honorable mission today to outline the most important theses from our joint statement that you and your countries will adopt. But before I go to do that, let me speak up my personal story because it has a very direct linkage to why we all here and why we gathered here with the Crimea Platform. And let me speak up as a witness because I lived in Crimea in 2014 and I was a journalist. And let me also reflect a little bit about my personal stories as a mother, as a young Crimean Tatar woman, and be not only a First Deputy Minister, but also and mainly a human being. The first victim of the Crimean occupation was 33-year-old Rishat Ametov, a Crimean Tatar man who had a one-man picket at the central square in Simferopol, and then he was taken by the FSB into unknown direction, and we found his body tortured. In 2 weeks. He was stabbed to death. My friend Nariman Jalal, who is the first deputy head of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, which is a self-governing body of Crimean Tatar people, he should have been here today with us. But as a revenge, he was put in the prison for 17 years just because he participated in the inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform a year ago when President Zelensky launched it. The agony of the occupying authority is very critical. The recent case, a couple of weeks ago, a Crimean Tatar wedding happened in Bakhchisarai, which is a capital of Crimean Tatar culture, I would say. In a Crimean Tatar restaurant, a musician dared to play a symbol of Ukrainian resistance, which is a song that is called Oi u Luzi Chervona Kalina. You probably know about this song. And as the result of it, the occupying authorities fined the owner of the restaurant and opened up a criminal case against him, closed the restaurant, and forced the musician to apologize himself in front of the Russian people for spreading extremist content. And a very personal flashback when I understood what happened to my homeland, Crimea. I was a journalist in the so-called day of the so-called referendum, 16th of March 2014, when there was a small room where all of the journalists from your countries gathered to kind of reflect on what happened there. And there was a very tiny passage to the scene where the occupying authorities had been informing us about the so-called results. And one man came right at this passage, put his tripod camera on the top and started filming. And a foreign journalist came up to him, barely speaking Russian, and in a very polite manner asked him to move a little bit his camera so that he could not obstacle this passage. And then in a very bold manner he said, "This is my land now, and don't you dare to tell me where I can or cannot film." And I was just standing in a meter, witnessing this whole thing, and I understood what happened to my homeland. And finally, the final story of my own is my 5-year-old daughter, Iman, when this occupation happened, when I immediately decided to leave the peninsula because I could not bear the Russian flag and live under the Russian flag, she asked me, she said, "Mommy, let us take a present and give it to President Putin." Somehow she knew who President Putin was, even though we never discussed politics in front of my kids. I said, and then if we give this present, he will give Crimea back to all of us. I said, this probably would not work out. And then she said, why? What if we take a gun and try to fear him, and then in case if he's scared, he will give Crimea back? I said, this probably would not work out. And then she thought for a while, and then she said, does he have children? I said, probably yes. And then she asked me if he loved his children. I said, probably yes. And then the very sincerest conclusion that I ever heard from my wise daughter, she said, wow, if he loves his children, why does he commit this cruelty to all of us? And this is the response that we all probably, the question that we all have to ask ourselves, thinking that we can play dance with the tango, and the Crimea lesson learned is something that we cannot do so. And in that very moment, she told me, Mommy, you should do something about this. And the idea of Crimea Platform and the dream of Crimea Platform actually was born in my heart. And once it was an A4 scratch of paper concept that was supported by the Ukrainian leadership, and now it's a huge platform that unites over 60 countries. And we are not alone, as our colleagues just said, and thanks to you, we have a unique platform. And now I will go to this technical part of outlining the most important things of the declaration, and I'm glad that today we finalize its unique architecture. From now on, it will effectively function in 3 dimensions: the governmental, the expert, and the parliamentarian. In this regard, I have the honor to announce the adoption of the joint statement of the First Parliament Summit of the International Crimea Platform. Thank you for underlying in this important document your readiness to continue political, diplomatic, financial, humanitarian, and other support for my country to restore its territorial integrity. It is vital that you agreed to implement at the parliamentary level the decision of the inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform, in particular with regard to strengthening sanctions against Russia, ensuring regional security and protecting freedom of navigation, and of course we thank for your commitment of non-recognition policy and the condemnation of the temporary occupation of Crimea, areas of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions. I'm sure that your decision to consider the establishment of the permanent inter-parliamentary committee of the Crimea Platform would contribute greatly to the purpose of our common goal. With your powerful support and the advance of the Ukrainian armed forces, there are no doubts that the day of Ukraine victory will come soon, because everything illegal is very fragile, just like the Crimean breach, as we could all see recently, that will be once a symbol of Russian shame and defeat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emine. Now, dear colleagues, if you let me, I would like to give the floor for the final word to the host of today's event, Mr. Speaker of the Croatian Sabor, Gordon Jandrokovic.
Dear Ruslan, dear participants of the summit. I am very honored that we were able to organize in Zagreb the first historical parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform. And I would like to thank you all for participating. I particularly ask you to thank our interpreters who thank you a lot. Also, I'm very thankful to the team, Croatian team and the Ukrainian team who organized this event. We didn't have much time. They invested a lot of effort, a lot of time and energy, and I would like to thank all the organizers. Also, to all of you who spoke today, I congratulate you on your excellent messages and addresses. Once again, we've reaffirmed our support and strong wish that the Ukrainian people realizes its freedom. We expressed our support to the Ukrainian territorial integrity, sovereignty, and to the respect of the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. Also, we've expressed our firm support on which our societies are based, and these are peace, democracy, freedom, and the protection of the fundamental human rights and fundamental freedoms. And we will insist on that until the very end. At the end, I would also like to thank my dear friend, Ruslan Stefanchuk, for all the work we did together. We've invested a lot of effort and a lot of faith that this conference would be a success, that we will have results that will lead us to the final liberation of Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, and I herewith close the first Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform. And I wish you a happy return to your homes.
One, two, one. Next. I'm testing signal. Testing signal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, thanks.